Hello, a very warm good evening to all of you, and welcome to Unacademy. Welcome to this special session where we are going to cover the entirety of the portion of Indian geography. Now, why is it that you should take a look at this video? Because when we talk about the prelims examination, oftentimes you are forced to ratify or, in a way, memorize the portion of Indian geography. Physical geography is something which is slightly conceptual that can be covered once you understand the concept, as we have seen in the previous marathon session. But when it comes to Indian geography, it does have a certain amount of facts involved as well. So that is why and if you take a look at the number of questions which are asked, so there also you will find that there is a substantial amount of questions asked from the portion of Indian geography, be it Indian physiography, be it the case of the river systems, be it the case of the soil types. So these are nonetheless very important areas that you have to cover. So, in this particular session, the aim is that at the end of it, you should not be left wanting for any additional content when it comes to Indian geography. With the help of maps, with the help of PYQs, we shall be covering everything that is there to know in the portion of Indian geography. Now, here, when we say Indian geography, first of all, what are the areas that are important for the examination in the portion of Indian geography, and what is the weightage, first of all? Out of the 15 questions that you will find in the examination of the prelims for the subject of geography, roughly around 7 of them will be there from Indian geography directly. The other portion, by the way, physical geography. Now, a detailed marathon for physical geography is already available. We have done it a couple of weeks ago. The link for that will be provided in the description below if you take a look at it. Now, within Indian geography, we have to take a look at the areas such as physiography, that is important. Then, after that, the river systems, rivers and tributaries. Then, after that, you have the portion of the climate, Indian monsoon, then forests and soil. And here, we also have to take a look into the portion of the forest report. Oftentimes, you will find questions associated with the forest report. So, very briefly, in a gist, we will cover that also. Other than that, agriculture, the major crops, rice was in news. So, that is where the acreage, the overall production, then minerals, the different types of minerals, where they are to be found, the industrial corridors, and the industrial zones. So these are the areas that have to be concentrated upon if you want to ace the prelims examination for Indian geography. Now, out of this, Indian climate is something that we have covered in detail in the portion of physical geography already. So, all those of you who might have missed it out, please take a look into the video along with the timestamp. The link is something which you will find in the description. You can take a look at the Indian climate in detail. Rivers and tributaries, we are going to cover the origin of the various different rivers, the various different tributaries, we are going to cover. But if you want a detailed video about that, again, a couple of months ago, we have done an entire marathon on rivers and tributaries. You will find that link again in the description. But having said that, we are going to cover the rivers, their tributaries, the origin points, the glaciers, from where they originate. All of that we are going to cover in the rivers and tributaries. So, this is what our coverage is going to be as we move ahead in the portion. First thing, we will start with the case of Indian physiography. And after every of this topic, we are going to discuss a bunch of previous year questions which have been asked from this particular topic, so that you can judge yourself, you can test your overall understanding, that whether you are able to solve those PYQs or not. So simultaneously, that revision will also happen. And it is going to be a long marathon session. So that is why we are going to provide breaks in between. Every 2.5 hours, you will be provided with breaks, right? So the first break you will be provided around 7 to 7:15. Around that period of time, you will be provided with break, and after that, we will again continue. So when we talk about Indian physiography, So from here, what kind of questions are asked? So from here, first of all, the basic questions can also be asked. What are the basic facts associated with each of these physiographic divisions of our country? So those questions can also be asked. Then you can have the question associated with the map pointing. Okay. For example, where you have the Mahadev Hills, where do you have the Kaimur Hills? So those kind of questions can also be asked. So here, maps are also important. Mapping, that is again something that we will solve that problem again as we are going to take a look into this particular topic. Now, before we move ahead with the physiographic divisions of the country, an important announcement for all of you. So this week we are coming up with a new batch of the platinum uh, portion and the platinum courses that we have. Get a chance to have an educational journey with the best educators of the country. We are starting with modern history this particular week. Attend the experience sessions, understand what it is to be present in an online class whereby your cameras are on. You can have your doubts resolved at any point of time, which is possible, so that discipline and attention are something that is not compromised by. We will start with with the case of modern history, and that is where Abhishek sir, one of the best educators of modern history across the country, he will be holding the fort for the entirety of modern history. And do participate in these platinum programs. Now, we start first of all with the location of our country. Now, India's location is in the entirety of the northern hemisphere. So when we talk about our location, it starts from roughly around 8-degree north latitude all the way till around 37-degree north latitude. That is the overall extent that India has. Roughly around 8-degree north to around 37-degree north latitude is the extent that India has. And east to west, around 68-degree east to roughly around 97-degree east. So here you have 8 degrees, 6 minutes north to 37 degrees north. Here you have 68-degree approximately east to roughly around 97-degree east. Okay. Now, India's standard meridian with which we have our time zone also, which is synchronized, that is the one which passes through 82.5-degree east longitude. This is the longitude with which we have adhered to for the time zone. Now, for your prelims examination, what do you need to know? For your prelims, you need to know, first of all, the latitudinal angle, which is observed as the standard meridian. And secondly, you need to observe in this particular case that which are the states through which the standard meridian passes through. Which are these different states? So, when you take a look at the states, so first of all, Uttar Pradesh from the region around Mirzapur, that is where you will find the standard meridian. So, you have UP, then you have parts of MP which are touched by the standard meridian. Then you have Chhattisgarh, then Odisha, and then you have Andhra Pradesh. So these are the 5 states through which the standard meridian will pass through. The standard meridian meets the Tropic of Cancer in the state of Chhattisgarh. There are 2 states, however, where you will find the presence of standard meridian as well as the presence of Tropic of Cancer, and that is Madhya Pradesh as well as Chhattisgarh. So that is the aspect of the locational aspect of India's location, its latitudinal location, longitudinal location. The Tropic of Cancer passes almost through the central portion of the country. Okay, through the states of Gujarat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Mizoram, and Tripura. These are the states through which Tropic of Cancer will be passing through. Now, when we talk about the neighboring regions, India and its neighbors, so we have a very large land boundary as well as we have a very large maritime boundary as well. Last year, India did revise its maritime boundary, upward revision did happen, whereby our new maritime boundary consideration is above 11,000 kilometer. That is our overall coastal space that we have, including the island coast and so on. Now, the longest boundary that we share is with Bangladesh. Around 4,096 kilometer is the boundary that we share with Bangladesh. Other than India, Bangladesh will only share its border with Myanmar, and that too in the southeastern part. That is why it is said Bangladesh is India locked. From all sides other than the Bay of Bengal, you have the presence of India. So that is the longest border that we have. And the shortest border that we have is with Afghanistan in the region of the Pakistan occupied Kashmir. That is the shortest border that we have. And that portion of the Afghan land with which we share the border, this is what is referred to as the Wakhan corridor. That is your Wakhan corridor. Now, this Wakhan corridor has been vital for trade and the trade routes historically going back thousands of years, because various different European travelers would use this Wakhan corridor in order to move from west to east and vice versa as well. So this is the portion of the land, the panhandle shaped land, and that is your Wakhan corridor. Now we take a look at the overall physiographic division that we have in our country. So, overall, the country can be divided into six different physiographic divisions. For example, you have the northern and the northeastern mountains. That is the northern part, and it is most rugged, the highest mountain chains anywhere across the world. That includes the Himalayan ranges. Then you have one of the most fertile regions of the world, that is the northern plains, where you have alluvial deposits being brought about by three major river systems, that is the Indus river system, the Ganga river system, as well as the Brahmaputra river system, along with all its tributaries. That is what deposits and creates the northern plains. Then to the west, you have the Thar Desert, one of the most populated deserts across the world in terms of the population density. That is the Thar Desert. So that is situated in the western part of India, and that does extend into the neighboring country of Pakistan as well. Then you have one of the oldest land masses in the country, that is the Peninsular Plateau. It is by far one of the oldest landmass which has the presence of rocks which are as old as and more than 2.5 billion years. So that is the region of the Peninsular Plateau. Then you have the presence of the eastern and the western Ghats, along with the coastal plains and the islands that we have, that is the Andaman Nicobar and the Lakshadweep. So these are the various physiographic divisions of the country. Let's take a look at each one of them and the unique property thereby. Starting first of all with the region of the Himalayas. Now, the Himalayas, they are amongst the younger fold mountains across the world. They have been created roughly around 50 to 60 million years ago due to the folding of the land, which happened because of the convergence and the collision between the Indian plate and the Eurasian plate. In between the Indian plate and the Eurasian plate did lie the presence of an ancient ocean. And hereby, if you observe, you have, let's suppose this is to be considered as an Indian plate. Let's suppose this is your Indian plate. And let's suppose this one would be the Eurasian plate. Eurasian plate. Now, in between the Indian plate and the Eurasian plate did lie the Tethys Sea. Now, Tethys Sea was the ancient ocean which did lie between the Indian plate and the Eurasian plate. Still, you do have some remnants of Tethys Sea which is present in the world, and that is the region around Aegean Sea. In the mapping modules, we have seen the presence and the location of Aegean Ionian Sea, that is the marginal sea of the Mediterranean. So that Aegean Sea still has got oceanic crust, which is around 280 million years old. So that is considered to be the remnant of the present day Tethys Sea. Now, hereby, what happened was that the Indian plate was moving northwards at a very rapid pace. The pace of movement of Indian plate at that point of time would be roughly around 15 centimeter per year, which is very, very high. Continental plates, when they, and these continental dense plates, when they move at such high velocity, they can bring lot of changes. Even though continental crust Meanwhile, understand this, even though continental crust is always lighter, Indian plate is still one of the denser continental crust. Okay, I will repeat. Listen to this carefully and understand this. Even though continental plates are generally lighter because they are made out of granitic rocks with a density of around 2.7 gram per centimeter cube, Indian plate is one of the heavier and the denser of the continental plates. The reason being that as Indian plate had been moving away from the region of South Pole, from the region and after bifurcating and dividing away from Antarctica, Indian plate experienced a series of basaltic volcanic eruptions. Basaltic volcanic eruptions are the ones which make up the oceanic crust. But because the Indian plate was passing over the Reunion Islands and other volcanic hotspots, that is why Indian plate had that basaltic rocks which are formed. Presently, we refer to them as the Deccan Traps. That is why you would have heard about the name Lonar Lake in Maharashtra. Lonar Lake is a simple crater lake, but we have included it as a geoheritage site. What is the reason behind that? Such crater lakes are present in many parts of the world. But Lonar Lake is quite unique because Lonar Lake is one of the only evidences across the world about how the basaltic rocks they behave when you have a meteor impact. In other continental areas where you have these meteor impacts, there you have the granitic crust, not basaltic, because basaltic crust is mostly present in the oceans. That is why Indian plate is unique. Now, this Indian plate, which was heavier, now as this was moving across and into the region of Eurasian plate, by the way, was also moving slightly southwards. It was not moving at a rapid speed. It is said to be moving around 2 centimeter per year. Now, at this point of time, the Tethyan sea floor started subducting. It was being pushed by the Indian plate into the region of asthenosphere. Now, immediately, because an oceanic crust is undergoing subduction, that is what led to significant amount of volcanic eruptions on the side of Eurasia. However, there is said to have happened some amount of subduction in the region of the Indian plate as well. That is why even today, in the Pir Panjal rock systems, that is in the region of the Kashmir Himalayas, in the Pir Panjal rock systems, you still find the evidence of some areas having igneous rocks. All the other portion of Himalayas, they are sedimentary rocks. Some area of Pir Panjal rocks systems, they have igneous presence, which indicates to you that this would have been a region where some ancient volcanism would have created some igneous rock bed and they would have been folded with the rest of the countryside in the area. Now, nonetheless, the movement did happen. It is said that almost 5,000 square kilometer of the Tethyan sea floor did undergo subduction. Sea floor did undergo subduction. Now, it was undergoing subduction and it would have continued to do so. But there was one problem. And the problem was that the rate of movement of Indian plate was much faster as compared to the rate of subduction. The Tethyan sea floor was not sinking at the same pace as the Indian plate was pushing it forward. As a consequence, what happened was the upliftment of the Tethys. And that is where you got the presence of these mighty peaks, eventually leading to continental convergence, which has led to the formation of these Himalayan ranges. Now, all these Himalayan ranges that you have, now you don't have volcanism in that area. And listen to this very carefully, because you have geothermal energy which is extracted from the region of the Himalayas. Now, geothermal energy is extracted from those areas, typically like Iceland, where under the base rocks you have the presence of magma. So, you have such heated rocks that can melt water or that can, in fact, vaporize water, and that can lead to the generation of geothermal energy. But in the region of Himalayas, you don't have magmatic presence because of the continental convergence. The crust in that area is as thick as almost 70 kilometers. You have 70-kilometer thick crust which is present. And some portion of the Indian plate is undergoing subduction because remember, Indian plate is slightly denser in comparison to the Eurasian plate. So some portion of Indian plate is undergoing subduction, and you don't have volcanism, you don't have magma exposure. However, still in the regions such as Manikaran, in other areas such as the Puga Valley, in these areas of Ladakh, Jammu Kashmir, and Himachal Pradesh, you will find the presence of these hot water springs. So, how do you get these hot water springs? So, basically, in the rock system, enough amount of heat is generated in the interior. How? You basically have the heat due to compression or the compressional heat. So, you basically have the compressional heat. That compressional heat, if you compress any state of matter, any substance that you compress, it tends to generate heat energy because the particles, the molecules which are there, they are forced to collide, and you have an additional energy which is generated. So this compressional heat is generated inside the region of the Himalayas, and when the groundwater gets in touch with that or in contact with that, that is where you basically experience the formation of these hot water springs and the potential of geothermal energy as well. So now you know where geothermal energy potential sites are present in our country. Now, from this, you can also understand the formation of the Himalayas and the kind of shape that the Himalayan region has. So Himalayas basically indicates a presence whereby you can see a kind of an arc like shape which is present in the entirety of the region of Himalayas. Now there are two particular such locations where the shape of the arc suddenly changes. You will observe that from here, the shape of the arc suddenly changes. From here, the shape of the arc suddenly changes. Now, these otherwise, in the rest of them, the arc is almost continuous in a convex shape. Now, these areas where the central axis of the arc in itself undergoes a change, these are known as syntaxial bends. Syntaxial bends. Syntaxial bends occur in the mountains owing to the shape of the landmass and how the collision has taken place. Now, here you have two syntaxial bends in the Himalayas. In the west, you have the region of Nanga Parbat. Nanga Parbat is where you have the syntaxial bend in the west. That is situated here, right in this area. And then in the east, you basically have Namcha Barwa. Namcha Barwa, slightly to the north of Arunachal Pradesh, that is the region of the syntaxial bend. Now, it is through this region of Namcha Barwa where a young and energetic river, that is Sangpo, which we refer to as Brahmaputra, as it hits the region of the Namcha Barwa and the mountains themselves are bending. So the river cannot cross the mountain. So the river bends along with that, and there it carves a very, very deep gorge. The height of the peak from the gorge created by Brahmaputra is more than 7,000 meters. So you can imagine the power, the energy that is generated as the river crosses this syntaxial bend. And it is here the region was in news because here China is constructing the Big Bend Dam. That is where China is under the process of construction of the largest dam anywhere across the world. Okay. Now, some of the important peaks and some of the important features of the Himalayas, if you will consider. So, there are three ranges of Himalayas that have their presence from the region of Jammu and Kashmir all the way till the region of Arunachal Pradesh. That is, you have Himadri or the Great Himalayas, then you have Himachal or the Middle Himalayas, and then you have Shivalik or the Outer Himalayas. These are the three major ranges. However, there are certain mountain ranges which are not continuous. They are present only in patches. That is the region of Karakoram here, It is present only in that portion. Then you have Ladakh range. Then you have the Zaskar range. And then you have the Kailash range. These are the four ranges. That is Karakoram. Karakoram also has got the second highest mountain peak across the world. And Karakoram is also in news for the past couple of years, that despite climate change, where everywhere you have the ice and the glacier which are melting, Karakoram is the only mountain range in the world where the glacial ice is increasing. And that is what is known as the Karakoram anomaly. Okay, so that is what is referred to as the Karakoram anomaly. So you have the Karakoram ranges where you have K2, the Rakaposhi ranges in that area. Then after that, you have Ladakh. Then you have Zaskar and Kailash. Now, these are basically beyond the region of the Himalayas. The three ranges of Himalayas which are continuous, these four are beyond that. That is why they are also referred to as Trans Himalayas. That is beyond the Himalayas. Now, oftentimes the students have this question that the formation of these Trans Himalayas, did they happen along with all these three Himalayan ranges or did it happen first? So, as per the various different classifications which are available to us by the different geographers, now, like Sidney Brud and everyone, all of them they indicate that these trans Himalayan folding has happened prior to the formation of the Great Himalayas, the region of the Middle Himalayas, and the region of the Shivalik. So, here the folding has happened first. In fact, it is in this region of the Western Himalayas where the Himalayan ranges are the widest. As you move to the east, you will find that it is highly compressed. The compression is very, very high as you move to the east. That is why the rock systems are so very deformed in the east that it is a very sensitive seismic zone. So, that is the case of these Himalayan ranges, the syntactial bends, and the case of these important ranges. Now, having said that, some of the important peaks of Himalayas. Which are the important peaks? So, we have seen the presence of Nanga Parbat in this area. Then, other than that, you also have here the presence of Nanda Devi. This is your Nanda Devi. I hope it is visible to everyone. So, this is where you have Nanda Devi. In the region of Uttarakhand. That is where you have multiple streams originating. You have Nandakini, which originates from there. You have Pindar Ganga, which also originates from the other region or the other side slope of the region of Nanda Devi. Then you have the region of or the peak of Kamet. Kamet is again one of the higher peaks of Great Himalayas. Dholagiri, Annapurna. Annapurna considered to be one of the toughest mountains by the summiteers to climb. That is present in the Nepal Himalayas. Mount Everest is here. Kanchenjunga. Kanchenjunga is at the border between India and Nepal. Part of it lies in India, part of it lies in Nepal. It is a biosphere reserve as well. And then, as you move to the east, that is where you will have the presence of the Shivalik ranges. Now, another area I want you to notice in this particular map is this region, this particular area. Now, this is a kind of a slightly upland area in the region of the Kailash ranges that is slightly present at an upland. You have a lot of these glacial ice which accumulates in this area. And as a consequence, you will find three major river systems originating from the same location. That is the Indus River system, Satluj River system, and the Brahmaputra River system. The three river systems, they originate from this very similar kind of location. Okay, we will take a look at the origin of each one of them as well. So that is about the region of the Himalayas in general, the overall ideas. Now, coming to some of the landforms created in the region of the Himalayas. Now, one of the landforms that you come across are the Karevas. Karevas are present in the region of the Kashmir Himalayas, first of all. Now, what are these Karevas? So, Karevas are also what are referred to in geographical terminology as lacustrine deposits. Lacustrine deposits. Now, what do we mean by lacustrine deposit? Lacustrine basically refers to anything which is created by a lake. Okay, so deposits in a lake. That is what is referred to as lacustrine. Just like in the case of a river, it is known as the fluvial deposit, right? In the case of wind action, it is known as the aeolian deposit. So in the case of a lake, it is known as the lacustrine deposit. Now, very fine particles, they get settled down, excuse me, at the bottom of the lake, and that is where these deposits, they are very fertile for a longer duration. So how did these Kareva formations happen? So basically, as the folding was happening, from one end you had the presence of Zaskar and Great Himalayas. Zaskar Range and Great Himalayas. That was present at one end. Okay. And here you basically had small streams and the rivers which would originate from Zaskar Range and the region of the Great Himalayas. And these streams would further drain, move into the southwestern direction. Then the folding would continue. Indian plate was further pushing northwards. So that is when you had the formation of the Pir Panjal ranges. So basically, in between the Pir Panjal range and the Zaskar range and the Great Himalayas on the other end, you basically had these streams which were almost trapped. Lake formation started to happen. You had such a large lake formation, again, spanning for hundreds of square kilometers in the present day region of Kashmir. And this is where, as the water level started to increase, understand this simple concept. See, how does a mountain look like? A mountain is almost like a conical structure. So at the bottom of the mountain, the water can be stored. But because of the conical structure of the mountain, if the water level does increase, the water can always exit from the side of the cones. So as the water level started to increase, it breached a gap in the region of Baramulla. And that is where, from the region of the Baramulla Gorge, you had all the water which exited. So the water did exit, right? Exited from Baramulla Gorge, leaving behind these lacustrine deposits. And these deposits are known as Karevas. Now they are very, very fertile. Now, there basically you have the cultivation of lot of fruits. So basically you have the ideal temperature conditions also. So this is fit for orchard farming, orchard farming, right? Apples, they can be grown and they are grown in larger number. It is a different matter. What you study in environment is that here the orchard farming is suffering because of a decline in the pollinator species, that is the honeybee. The honeybee population is decreasing owing to climate change. That is why the orchard farming, even in Karevas, they are experiencing a difficulty. Now, this orchard farming does happen. Along with that, you also have the case of the saffron cultivation. Saffron cultivation. So these are the biggest outcomes that you will get of the region of Karevas. Now, by the way, saffron, one of the costliest spice in the world, which is the largest producer of saffron across the world, it is the country of Iran. Iran is in news, so that is why you can always expect a question associated with saffron as well. So Iran is the largest producer of saffron in the world. But when we talk about the grades of saffron, Jammu Kashmir produces some of the best grade of saffron anywhere across the world. Now, after these Karevas, you have another formation, that is the case of dunes and duars. Now, how do these dunes and duars they do get created, and what are these? So first of all, both of them, they are the name of the same landform. That is the depositional landform. Both of them are depositional in nature. Okay. Both of them are depositional in nature, and they happen to get deposited in the valley region. So what happens is, understand the schematics of it in one go. So for example, let's suppose if we consider, first of all, the formation of Himachal formation did happen roughly around 35 to 40 million years ago. That is where the Himachal ranges got uplifted. Now, from the region of Himachal, you had larger streams, rivers, etc., which would get deposited, and they would deposit the sediments in the lower region. Now, these streams and sediments, as they would come down the slope, larger rivers, they could anyways flow through. But when we talk about the smaller streams, they don't flow for a very large distance. In the mountainous area, you have multiple such smaller streams which are in existence. So these streams would generally flow southwards from Himachal ranges. Then, roughly around 20 to 15 million years ago, right, that is when another phase of folding happened. And you had the formation of Shivaliks. Shivalik. Now, these Shivaliks, they offered a kind of an obstruction for the riverine movement. So all the water which was there, all the water, it accumulated in this area, similar to that of the Kareva formation. The only difference being that Kareva was a very large lake formed across the entirety of the area. Here, the dunes and the duars, their formation has happened in very, very small areas. For example, two peaks at one point of time, two hills at one point of time. So, in that small region. Now, these streams would come down the mountain. So, obviously, they would be depositing very fertile materials as well. So, these fertile materials, they would get deposited. Eventually, the river could find an exit, or the stream could find an exit, and the stream would drain from the sidelines. As the stream would drain from the sidelines, it would leave behind these deposits between the valleys. And that is something which is now known as the region of dunes. So they are known as dunes in Western Himalayas. For example, you have Dehradun, Kotli Dun, Patli Dun. These are the regions of dunes which are present in Western Himalayas. Even today, if you go to Dehradun and if you stand at any particular high building, you'll find it is like a plain area with these mountains straddling along. So that plain area is actually a deposition which has happened coming from the streams which had originated from those mountains. And this the same is known as duars in the region of Eastern Himalayas. Eastern Himalayas. Okay. That is the case of the dunes and duars. So, dunes and duars are formed between Himachal range and the Shivaliks. Now, Himachal is pretty much in the entirety of the region of the Himalayan ranges, Himachal will be present. Similarly, the Great Himalayas or Himadri is also continuous. Shivalik, however, is not very continuous. Shivalik is discontinuous in certain areas. For example, in the region of the Sikkim Himalayas, that is, in the region of the area of North Bengal and Sikkim, there you will find that Shivalik is discontinuous between two rivers, between the river Tista and Raidak. Between those two rivers, Shivalik is not to be found. In the region of Arunachal, the same Shivaliks, they are known by different names. Dafla, Miri, Mishmi, Abor, you have the different names. But when you move to eastern Arunachal, there again the Shivalik goes absent. So Shivalik is not very continuous. Middle Himalayas are continuous. The Great Himalayas, they are continuous. Haridwar is not the example of a dwar. Haridwar is where the river enters the plains. Haridwar is to the south of Shivalik. Okay, so that is why dunes and duars. So duar will be found only in the eastern Himalayas. That is the Bengal, the Sikkim Himalayas, the Sikkim and the Darjeeling Himalayas, the Assam and the Arunachal Himalayas. That is where you will find the presence of duars, not in the region of Uttarakhand. Okay, now after this, you move to another of these landforms, that is coasts or chos. Now, these are erosional landforms which are created on the southern part or the southern face of the Shivaliks, right, in the Punjab and Himachal Himalayas. And Himachal Himalayas. Okay. So, in the Punjab and Himachal Himalayas, you will basically find the southern slope. Southern slope. It is deeply dissected or eroded. Deeply eroded. By what? By seasonal streams during the rainy season. See, in the case of the Arunachal Himalayas, the southern slope will always have very high amount of rainfall. So dense monsoonal kind of vegetation, in certain cases even evergreen kind of vegetation can be found. But when we talk about the Punjab and Himachal Himalayas, rainfall happens in a short burst, and that too for a short duration in heavy quantity. So that is where you have these seasonal streams which get into existence, and these seasonal streams create the deeply eroded valleys, and they are known as coasts. Now this is commercially non viable. Commercially non viable, right? You cannot carry out agricultural system in this unless and until you go for land conservation, soil conservation practice. Till you do that, you won't be able to carry out substantial amount of cultivation in this area. Okay. Then after that, the regional classification of Himalayas. So based upon the location, the region, Himalayas are classified into Kashmir or northwestern Himalayas, Himachal and Uttarakhand Himalayas. Then you have the Arunachal Himalayas, Darjeeling and Sikkim Himalayas, and eastern hills and mountains. So, first of all, when we talk about the Kashmir and the northwestern Himalayas, now there we have seen that basically the three ranges do exist. Himadri, Himachal, Shivalik, and Trans Himalayas are also present. Trans Himalayan range are also present there. Okay, there you will find the presence of Karevas, some of the largest glaciers other than the polar area is to be found there. Now, one feature that is common in between Himachal Himalayas, Uttarakhand Himalayas, and the Kashmir Himalaya is the case that you have the presence of seasonal grasslands. Seasonal grasslands. That is, during the summer season, these areas are covered under lush green grasslands, right? But during the case of the winter, the region is covered under snow. So in Kashmir Himalayas, the meadows around Pahalgam, for example, where a lot of tourists go. So the meadows around Pahalgam, that is where you will find some of these seasonal grasslands to be in existence. In the region of Uttarakhand, you will find them in the shape of, so for Uttarakhand, you have these seasonal grasslands. They are known as bugyals. So in these seasonal grasslands, you have a kind of nomadic pastoralism which is done. That is, the animal herders, they move their animals up the slope during the summer for grazing, and they come down the slope during the winter. So that is the condition which is known as transhumanes. So here the activity is transhumanes. Now, it is carried out by various different tribes of the region. So, you basically have Bhotias of Uttarakhand and part of Himachal. Then you have the Gurjars. Then you have the Bakarwals. Then you have the Gaddis. So all these tribes, they do carry out transhumanes, which is nothing but nomadic pastoralism. Nomad means you don't stay in one particular case. Nomadic pastoralism. Okay. Now, when you consider the region of the Darjeeling and the Sikkim Himalayas, that is where the Shivalik, as I told you, becomes discontinuous. Shivalik is discontinuous. Okay. So here, Shivalik, when we say is discontinuous, in between which areas? Between River Tista, which is a tributary of Brahmaputra, and River Raidak. In between these two rivers, Shivalik is basically discontinuous. Okay? Bugyals are your seasonal grasslands. These are your seasonal grasslands in Uttarakhand, where during the summer season, you basically have the growth of the grassland, and during the winter season, the region is covered under thick blanket of snow. That is Bugyals. Similar seasonal grasslands are to be found in Himachal and in Jammu Kashmir as well. Now, that is where, now if we take a look at the region of Arunachal Himalayas. In the case of Arunachal Himalayas, the ranges are oftentimes named after the tribal population which lives there. For example, you have the Mishmi after the Mishmi tribe, right? So Dafla, Miri, Mishmi, Abor, that is present in the region of Arunachal Himalayas. Eastern hills and mountains, these are also folds, fold mountains. Okay. And this fold mountain has been created between the eastward collision of the Indian plate and the minor Burmese plate. So, because of the fold convergence between them, that is why you have the eastern mountains and the eastern hills which are situated. Okay, you have different name. For example, you have Patkai Bum, Naga Hills, Bareil Range. Here you have the Bareil Range in this region, Mikir Hills in this area, and then Mizo Hills, which are also known as Lushai Hills. Mizo Hills are also known as Lushai Hills. So Patkai Bam, Naga, Bareil, part of Mikir, and Mizo Hills or Lushai Hills. Okay, that is something that you find in the region of Eastern Hills. So in Arunachal Himalayas, once again, Dafla, Miri, Mishmi, Abor, the Shivaliks ranges which are named after the tribal population. That is in Arunachal Himalayas. In eastern hills and mountains, Patkai Bum, Naga, Braille, and also the Mizo Hills or Lushai Hills. Now, in the region of Mizoram, that is where you have unconsolidated deposits of stones, boulders, etc., which have been brought by the nearby from the nearby hills and the mountains. They have been brought down by the events like landslides, flooding, flash flood, river streams, etc. So in the region of Mizoram, you have unconsolidated deposit. What is the meaning of unconsolidated and what is consolidated deposit? So anywhere where you have structured deposit, that the heaviest materials at the bottom, the lightest materials at the top, that is consolidated. Anywhere where you have smaller particles can be present underneath, heavier particles can be present above or anywhere else. You don't have a particular structure. That is unconsolidated. So in the region of Mizoram, you do have unconsolidated deposits, and these unconsolidated deposits, they are basically known as the molasses basin. Molasses basin. That is present in the region of Mizoram. So that is basically overall your regional classification of the entirety of Himalayan ranges. Okay, I hope that is clear. Now, here, in the case of the Himalayan ranges and in the case of the northern and the northeastern hills, it is also apt for us to take a look at the updated zonation of seismicity that we have in our country. So, if you are not aware, then this year itself, last year, in fact, you had the major updation in all the various different seismic zonation of our country. So basically, you have the classification from zone 2 to zone 5, zone 6 rather. That is the classification that you have. Now, regions such as the entirety of the Himalayan ranges, moving into Nepal Himalayas, into Bhutan, into Arunachal, and the northeastern hills, that is in the region of zone 6. Okay. Andaman Nicobar ranges, they are also in the part of zone 6. Now, here, why is it that of the two islands that we have, Andaman Nicobar is in zone 6, whereas if you take a look at the region of Lakshadweep Islands, it is zone 2. Why do you have that? That is because of the formation. Andaman Nicobar Islands have been created due to oceanic convergence, right? Oceanic crust of the Indian plate did converge with the oceanic crust of the Burmese plate, and that is why you had the volcanic eruptions across the same Indonesian arc, which created Andaman Nicobar Islands, right? So that is why you have seismicity. You have the only active volcano of India, that is Barren Islands. Now, Barren Islands has erupted last year as well. Okay, so that indicates that the convergence still happens in that area. You also have the presence of Andaman Trench in this area. To the west of Andaman Nicobar Islands, you have the presence of Andaman Trench as well. So in zone 6, which are the areas? Himalayan range, Gujarat, Andaman Nicobar. Why Gujarat of all the areas? Because Gujarat is at the tri-junction of three plates: Indian plate, Eurasian plate, as well as the Arabian plate. So these three plates, they basically have their edges in the region of Gujarat. Okay, so that is something which is important. Gujarat, tri-junction of three plates. Junction of three plates. Okay, you basically have Indian, Eurasian, and you also have Arabian. So any of the movement across any of these plates will always lead to seismicity in the region of Gujarat. Andaman Nicobar, zone of convergence. Andaman, zone of convergence. Oceanic convergence. Okay, that is the oceanic crust of the Indian plate along with the oceanic crust of the Burmese plate. It is a part of larger Indonesian arc of convergence. Area of convergence, and that is known as Indonesian arc. Okay. Northernmost volcano of the Indonesian. So in this Indonesian arc, you have some of the very massive volcanic eruptions across the globe. For example, Krakatau volcano is in the Indonesian arc. Levatoboy Laki-Laki is also there in the Indonesian arc. So many of these, Mount Merapi, all of these volcanoes are present across the Indonesian arc, spread across Sumatra, Java, and so on. But the northernmost is the Barren Islands. Barren Islands. Northernmost volcano. Volcano of the arc. Okay. So that is the case of the zonation when we talk about the seismic zones. Now, regarding seismicity, regarding the entirety of the detail of why seismicity happens, the P waves, the S waves, the shadow zone, we have covered it in the entire marathon for physical geography. You will find the link in the description. Do watch that if you have any doubt with regards to that. Okay. Now, that is the case of the seismic zonation. Now we come to the other physiographic division, that is the region of the northern plains. Now, northern plains are depositional in nature. They have been created due to deposits over a long period of time. And basically, it was a kind of a downward depression, a kind of a bowl shaped downward depression, which was created as the entire land got folded between the Himalayas and the Peninsular Plateau. So that is where you actually had the creation of a depression. Downfold, downfold happened, right? What was referred to as a four deep. This classification or this concept of the northern plains being created like a bowl shaped depression, that was provided by Edward Seuss, the Austrian geographer. Edward Seuss, he basically provided the concept of a four deep, and thereby he basically had the in this four deep deposition by the Himalayan rivers. Deposition by Himalayan rivers. Okay. You had the Indus, Ganga, and Brahmaputra river system draining into that depressed area, and they would deposit all these materials. Now, if you take a look at the cross section of the northern plains, now in many areas, for example, in the region around Uttar Pradesh, in certain areas, you'll find that the depth of the sediment is as much as 2 kilometers, sometimes even claimed to be 2.5 kilometers. So that much amount of deposition has happened. But as you move from the region immediately to the south of the Himalayas to the river systems and the alluvial plains, you have a zonation and the classification of the northern plains as well. Immediately to the foothills, as the rivers come down to the foothills, they will deposit and dump the heavier rocks and the boulders that they are carrying. So that is where you will have the presence of the region, what is known as the Bhabar Plains. Bhabar Plains. They are present in the entirety of the region to the south of the Shivaliks. Okay, consider them to be the region of the Shivaliks. Now, here you basically have these large boulders, large rocks, which are dumped by the river. And in fact, the river ends up moving underneath them. So, many of the times it does appear as if the river has vanished, the river has disappeared. But river is flowing, it is just covered by the rock systems. Now, obviously, when you have these large rocks which are dumped, now agriculture is not something which can be carried out. Okay, agriculture is not something which can be easily carried out in this area, so this is not fit for cultivation. However, you will find the presence of some odd trees here or there, but not fit for cultivation at all. Now, as the river re-emerges from this area, it doesn't have a fixed channel through which it can drain through. It actually forms multitude of these channels. From multiple small channels, they will start draining through, and they will end up converting the entire region into a kind of a marshy terrain, saturated with water. Marshy means saturated with water. You have muddy kind of a soil, etc. So that is what is referred to as the Tarai belt. Tarai belt. Okay. Now, because the water presence is substantial, that is why here you will find very dense vegetation also. Okay. Very dense kind of vegetation. So basically, here you will find, because there is dense vegetation, the animals will also be present. So, in fact, if you take a look at the entire Tarai belt, it is what is known as the Tarai arc of biodiversity. Tarai arc, which continues all the way from the region of Uttarakhand to the region of Assam, some parts of the region of Nepal as well. Within this Tarai arc, you will find the tiger reserves such as the Corbett Tiger Reserve, Rajaji Tiger Reserve, Pilibhit Tiger Reserve. Then, as you move to the east, you will find the presence of Valmiki Tiger Reserve. Some part of it is in the Tarai Arc. Buksa Tiger Reserve in the region of West Bengal. Further east that you go, Manas, all of them are in the region of the Tarai Arc. So that is why very rich in biodiversity, rich in flora and fauna. However, in this area, Much of the deforestation was done by the Britishers in the 1800s as the demand for paper, pulp, wood for timber, for railway sleepers that increased. So much of that area was deforested. Also, deforestation happened in the region of Himalayas up till from the region of Assam to the region of Darjeeling for cultivation of tea as well. Whereas in the western area, that deforestation did not happen in the region of Himalayas. Why? Because when we talk about the region of Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, etc., the average annual rainfall is comparatively less. So that is why the moisture presence is less. The temperatures can also get very low, which is not ideal for cultivation of tea. Whereas in the eastern part, present at slightly lower latitudes, that is why it can be carried out. Then you have the region of the alluvial plains, where alluvium is deposited by the river. Now, these alluvial plains, they are sort of the grain basket of our country. Substantial amount of wheat, rice, etc., are produced across these regions of alluvial plains. These are further subcategorized into the older alluvium that was deposited much earlier. Now, this older alluvium, not very fertile, coarse grained. Okay, you even have some of the calcareous particles coming together. That is the calcareous concretions. That is what we refer to as conker. So you will also find these conkers in the region of this older alluvium. So this is basically what is known as bhangar. Okay, coarse grained. So here, cultivation of certain types of crops are carried out, like let's suppose pulses, they can be cultivated, wheat, or not wheat to such an extent, but maize, right? Millets, oil seeds, they can be cultivated in these areas. Then you have the newer alluvium. Newer alluvium is what is referred to as khadar. Everything and anything can be cultivated here. Newer alluvium. Okay, so that is what is known as khadar. It is economically also much more productive. Rice, jute, wheat, maize, everything can be cultivated in the case of newer alluvium. Now, if you take a look at the Indo-Gangetic plains, there is a kind of regional classification of the plain region also. So let us take a look at some of the regional classification. So first of all, immediately at the base of the Aravali, you do have the deposition, the sedimentary deposits that you have. That is the Rajasthan Bagar, right? These are also sedimentary deposits. Sedimentary deposits. That is the Rajasthan Bagar. Other than that, you basically have the plains in the region of Punjab, Haryana, and parts of western UP. Now, these are sometimes also referred to as the Indo-Gangetic Plains, or what are also referred to as the Trans-Ganga Plains, beyond the Ganga Plains. Then, when we talk about the Gangetic Plains, these Gangetic Plains can be subdivided into three components overall, broader categorization. So, when we talk about the Gangetic Plains can be subdivided into the Upper Ganga Plain, including the area around Royalkhan. So you have Upper Ganga Plains, okay, not very fertile, does exist between lot of doabs, right? Then after that, here you also have the dominance. So this is where the Upper Ganga Plains are much wider, okay? They are much more wider. So here, when we say Upper Ganga Plains, we are referring to this area. That is the region that we are referring to. Western UP, that is where you have the broader part of the upper Ganga plains. Then you have the region of the east to it, you have the middle Ganga plains, eastern UP and Bihar. Middle Ganga plains, right? That is eastern UP and parts of Bihar. Here you have finer sediments. Okay, so agriculturally, this is where it is more productive because the overall amount of rainfall is also higher. As you move from east to west, the amount of rainfall tends to reduce. So here the amount of rainfall is also comparatively higher. So that is where agriculturally much more productive. But this is very flood prone zone. So for example, when you consider the case of Ghagra, you have one of the tributaries that is Rapti. Now, Rapti is considered to be the flooding zone or the flooding river for eastern UP. Similarly, if you consider Gandak, if you consider Kosi, they have been known to cause havoc in Bihar. Kosi famously or infamously referred to as the sorrow of Bihar. So that is the case of the Middle Ganga plains. Then after that, as you move from eastern Bihar to the region of West Bengal, these are your lower Ganga plains. Lower Ganga plains. Okay. These are also what are referred to as Rad plains. Rad plains. Very, very fertile. Finest of the deposits. Deposits. In terms of the texture, the size of the particle, that is very small. So the finest of the deposits will be found to be present in the region of these Rad plains. Okay, so that is the case of the northern plains. And further, as you move to the east, that is where you will find the presence of the Brahmaputra plains or the Assam plains. That is the Brahmaputra plains. Now, here some areas will have the oil deposits within the sedimentary trap system itself. Now, these Brahmaputra plains, they are present from which area? From the region where River Lohit meets with Brahmaputra. River Lohit, we will take a look at it later also. River Lohit, when it meets with Brahmaputra in the town of Sadia, it is after that that the river is known as Brahmaputra. So that is where the Brahmaputra plains they begin from. And then all the way till the region of Dhubri in Assam. Here, Dhubri. This is where you have Dhubri, where Brahmaputra eventually enters into Bangladesh. So that entire region is known as the Brahmaputra plain area. Here, typically, the plain is so flat and the amount of water carried by the river is so much that the river gets very wide. That is why the depositions carried are also humongous, and you will find the presence of multiple riverine islands. Majuli Island across the Brahmaputra is the largest riverine island anywhere across the world. So that is the region of the northern plains. Then when we talk about the Peninsular Plateau, now, Peninsular Plateau, before that, and a kind of a quick recap to the region of the Thar Desert. Thar Desert. So when we say the Thar Desert, so there is a reason why Thar is a desert. Why Thar is a desert? Why don't we have grasses or forest in that particular area? Why do we have the region as a desert? So the reason behind that is twofold. First of all, we have the alignment of the Aravalis. Alignment of Aravalis. So Aravalis, they are basically present in the southwest to northeast direction, eventually merging into the Delhi ridge, the Delhi Haridwar ridge that is present. So that is the region of the Aravalis. Now, when we talk about these Aravalis, so basically they are parallel to the Arabian Sea branch of monsoon. So they don't offer any orographic barrier which can cause rainfall. So parallel to Arabian Sea branch of monsoon. Okay, Arabian Sea branch of monsoon. So as a consequence, you'll find that the winds they move through parallel to the Aravallis without being able to cause any amount of rainfall. Secondly, the Bay of Bengal branch of monsoon is obstructed by the Aravallis, so the Thar lies on the rain shadow zone. So, Thar region lies in the rain shadow zone, rain shadow zone of Aravallis. Okay, so when it comes to Bay of Bengal, with respect to Bay of Bengal branch of monsoon. Okay, so that is why you have the region of Thar, which is considered to be a desert. Other than that, you also have the case that Thar lies in the subtropical high pressure belt. In subtropical high pressure belt. Okay, so you have lack of cloud formation because of the sinking air. So that is the subtropical high pressure belt. Okay, now then we come to the region of the Peninsular Plateau. Now, when we say Peninsular Plateau, it is the oldest landmass that you have in India. It has got its origin due to volcanic eruption. So you have volcanic rocks or igneous rocks. Igneous. And these igneous rocks, over a period of time, due to deposition, they have been metamorphosed. So you have volcanic igneous and metamorphic rocks, which are a part of this. Okay. So that is the presence of the Peninsular Plateau. Now, oldest landform in India, it is a table-shaped kind of a landmass. That is the Peninsular Plateau. Peninsular, why? Because surrounded by water from three sides. Now, from the region of Peninsular Plateau, what is vital for your examination is also knowing the location of each one of these areas. Now we have revised them in the special classes recently. So for all those who are not aware, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we do have the mapping session that is free for everyone. It is on the app. So basically, from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m., we do these mapping revisions every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So you can attend that as well. So basically, we have taken a look at that. However, a quick revision. So basically, when we say Peninsular Plateau, the easternmost extent is what is referred to as the Karbi Anglong or the Shillong Plateau. So this is your Karbi Anglong and the Shillong Plateau or the Meghalaya Plateau. Meghalaya Plateau. Okay. Then it is important for you to retain each and every part and the subdivisions of the Peninsular Plateau as well. So you basically have the presence of here the in the Rajmahal Plateau region, in the Hazaribagh Plateau region. Here you have the presence of Rajmahal Hills. Rajmahal Hills. Okay. Rajmahal Hills, why they are important is because that is the final barrier of the region of the Chota Nagpur and some parts of the Peninsular Plateau. Okay. Immediately beyond Rajmahal Hills, you have the plain areas. That is why Ganga takes a southward bend immediately as it crosses the region of the Rajmahal Hills. It will take a southward bend because thereafter it has the plain area. Now, this gap that you have, this is also what is referred to as the Malda gap or the Rajmahal Garo gap. Malda gap or Rajmahal Garo gap. Okay. Now, why do you have this gap? Basically, the entire region was a peninsular plateau, including the present day country of Bangladesh, then the state of West Bengal. Everything was a part of the plateau system. But because of the impact of collision with the Eurasian plate, the fault lines in that area, they deepened, and the entire rock system, it simply subsided. And that is why you had a depression created there, which was eventually filled by the sediments brought by Brahmaputra and the Ganga river system. That is why today, in this gap, that is West Bengal and Bangladesh, you have fertile plains rather than the plateau system. So there is a gap which exists in the Peninsular Plateau rock system. That is why known as the Malda gap or the Rajmahal Garo gap. Okay. Now, here you have the presence of the Hazaribagh Plateau. In the region of the Rajmahal Hills, you have the Hazaribagh Plateau. As you come to the south of Hazaribagh Plateau, you have the Chota Nagpur Plateau, one of the oldest rock systems in India, where the rocks have been created roughly around 2.5 to 3 billion years ago, has undergone multiple phases of upliftment and subsidence. That is the region of the Chota Nagpur Plateau. Now, this Chota Nagpur Plateau is where you will find the intrusive igneous rocks as well. For example, the Ranchi batholith. So, that is the intrusive igneous rock system that you will find there. Then, to the south of Chota Nagpur Plateau, you have the Garjat Hills, partly in Odisha. That is Garjat Hills, immediately to the south of Chota Nagpur Plateau. As you move to the western part, there you have the presence of the Ramgarh Hills, bordering region of Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh. That is where you have the Ramgarh Hills. Slightly to the north of Ramgarh Hills, you come across the plateau region, which extends between Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh, and that is known as Baghelkhand. This was a question that UPSC had asked earlier about the states in which Baghelkhand is present. So you have the Baghels in Chhattisgarh as well, right? The name of the tribe. So that is where you have Baghelkhand. So Baghelkhand is present in Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh. Now, you observe the presence of the Vindhyas and the Satpura. The Vindhya and the Satpura, they are almost present parallelly in the region of the Peninsular Plateau, Central Highland as they are referred to. Now, to the east of Vindhya and to the east of Satpura, you have small ranges. To the east of Vindhya, you have the Kaimur Hills. Okay, Kaimur Hills are present to the east of Vindhya. Now, in these Kaimur Hills, to the eastern part, you will find very large amount of mineral deposits, from bauxite to even some deposits of gold, multiple deposits of coal in the region. So you will find to be present in Baghelkhand and Kaimur Hills. To the east of Satpura, you will find the presence of the Mahadev Hills. Mahadev Hills, then you have the Maikal Range. They are present to the east of Satpura. Now here, by the way, in the central portion, here, you will find the presence of Amarkantak. Amarkantak is indicative of radial drainage pattern, where from the central hill region, you have two streams which originate, both of them move in different direction. So you basically have the westward moving stream, that is Narmada. Narmada eventually empties into the Arabian Sea. So that is the westward draining stream. And then you have the northward draining stream, and that is what is the river Son. So both of them, they drain outwards from the region of Amarkantak. Okay, so that is your Satpura and the case of the Vindhyas, Amarkantak, Kaimur Hills. Now, to the north of Vindhya, here you have the presence of another plateau system where you have the basaltic rocks and the formation of black soil. That is the region of Malwa Plateau. This is the region of Malwa Plateau. Okay. Now, here again, this is known for the black soil region. Black soil region is also to be found to the south of Satpura. That is in the region of the Deccan Traps also. But this is the black soil region or the Malwa Plateau here to the north. Then you have again one of the older areas, older plateau systems in the region of Morena, Gwalior, Jhansi, that is in northern Madhya Pradesh, that is Bundelkhand. Bundelkhand is present, otherwise very dry area, right? Not much of a rainfall which occurs in the region of Bundelkhand, but Bundelkhand is present to the north of Malwa Plateau. Again, a very old cratonic structure, right? You have Aravalis here. Then after that, Ajanta and Satmala range, which are a part of the Godavari river system. Multiple tributaries, such as the left bank tributaries of Godavari, they originate from Ajanta hills and the Satmala ranges. So that is a part of the Godavari river system, right? Then you have the Bastar Plateau, the region of Dandakaranya, which has been in relevance since mythological times. So that would be the forested area and the region of the Bastar Plateau, very rich in mineral reserves as well. That is the Dandakaranya Plateau. Then you have the Telangana Plateau here. Historically, many kingdoms have extracted a lot of mineral resources from here. Then you have the Balaghat and the Harishchandra range, which is a part of the Krishna river system. So, just like tributaries of Godavari would originate from Ajanta and Satmala, tributaries of Krishna would originate from Balaghat and Harishchandra ranges. Then you have the Western Ghats known as the Sahyadris in the region of Maharashtra. Then in Karnataka, so you have the Nilgiris in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu. That is where you have the region of the Nilgiris. Nilgiri provides a connectivity between the eastern and the western Ghats. Cardamom Hills, they are basically the southernmost extent of the Western Ghat ranges. So that is basically your entire area of the Peninsular Plateau. You do revise that, repeat that, and it will be cemented. Okay. Now, Western Ghats. Western Ghats basically are what are known as an escarpment. Escarpment. They are not mountain systems. These are your escarpments. What are escarpments? So basically, let's suppose you have a rock system like this. Okay. Now let's suppose there is a tensional force, a fault created. So when there's a tensional force, there can be a fault created in between these rocks. As the fault gets created over a period of time, what will happen is this portion will simply slide down. Okay. This is known as the scarp face, right? This is the fault line, the fault plane, or the scarp face. Over a period of time, the winds, rainfall, etc., all of that would have eroded this region. And the region turns out to be somewhat like this, with mountains or hillocks that have been created due to erosion, and the river or the region turns out to be somewhat like this. So, this is what is referred to as an escarpment. Okay. So, this escarpment is created due to formation of a normal fault. So, Western Ghats is a region of an escarpment. It does exist in 6 different states, right? So, here you will observe some part of the Western Ghat exists in southern Gujarat, then Maharashtra, then you will find the presence in Goa, then Karnataka, Kerala, and parts of Tamil Nadu. So, Western Ghats are present in 6 different states you will find there. Nilgiris, biodiversity rich. That is why Nilgiris, they do form one of the very important biosphere reserves in the entirety of the region of Western Ghat systems. So that is the case of the Western Ghats. Eastern Ghats, however, are not very high. Western Ghats, the height is much more. They are very continuous. It is this western face of the Western Ghats which is an escarpment. When we talk about Eastern Ghats, much older, much older, it is discontinuous. Why is it discontinuous? That is because majority of the river systems in the region, they are so very old, they have been draining from west to east, and they have degraded and eroded the land system. That is why, for example, where you have the Godavari and the Krishna rivers, they move out, there is a kind of a gap. So this is the case of the Eastern Ghats. Volcanic in origin, very old, volcanic and sedimentary landforms. Okay. For example, within the Eastern Ghat zone, when you take a look at the Gandikota Canyon, now that is sedimentary in nature. Okay, it is not igneous in nature. So you do have sedimentary rock systems in this region also, because it was always a dry zone, dry area. So a lot of sedimentation of these sand particles has also happened historically. Now imagine, and this is where I would like to give you a picture of how this Gandikota Canyon, for example, has been created. Imagine that you have a very dry area. You throw sand on top. Sand will get piled up. Now you put some amount of moisture. That sand will seek to solidify itself there itself. On top of that, put more sand, some more water. The sand will form multiple layers. Then you have any river or sudden amount of rainfall creating the formation of a river. So the river will cut through that region. So that is how you have the canyon-like structures in Gandikota which have been created. That is also how you have some of the canyon structures getting created in the region of the Colorado River also in US. So that is how you have these sedimentary canyons which get created, which is also to be found in the region of Andhra Pradesh in the Eastern Ghat area. So that is the case of the Eastern Ghats. You have Telangana Plateau, Nalamala ranges, then you have Chevroy, Javadi, all these areas, they are a part of the Eastern Ghats systems. Now, next to the Ghats, you basically have the plain areas. Now, if you consider the eastern coastal plains, they are much broader, they are wider, and very fertile. Very fertile. Historically, if you observe, when you read, let's suppose, medieval history now, be it the case of the Eastern Gangas, be it the case of the Cholas, all of them, they competed for control across the Eastern Ghats. The purpose was very simple. The soil is very fertile because created by the riverine deltas and the riverine deposits. The soil is very fertile. You could grow multiple crops during the year because rainfall is also present closer to the coastline. So that is why the revenue would go up, right? So here, basically, this is also what is referred to as an emergent coast. Emergent coast. Now you have the major port regions from Haldia to Paradeep to Vishakhapatnam to Ennore, Chennai, and eventually Tuticorin. But deep water ports are absent. Other than Vishakhapatnam and Tuticorin, you don't have very deep water ports, much of the deeper water ports across the eastern coastal plain. They are named differently. One of the highest peaks in the region of the Eastern Ghats you will observe is the Mahendragiri. Now, they are named differently in different areas. For example, when we talk about the region of the Odisha coastline and the region of the Andhra coastline, some parts of the Andhra region, these are known as the northern Sarkars. Northern Sarkars. And then when we talk about the case of the Tamil Nadu coastline and the southern part of Andhra coastline, that is known as the Coromandel coast. Within the northern Sarkars also, if you consider the region around the Chilika Lake and the Odisha coastline, that is known as the Utkal coast. Odisha coastline, that is your Utkal coast. Okay. Now, here as you can see, you have the Pulicat Lake lying at the boundary region between Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. That is where you have the region of the Pulicat Lake as well. Now, here, the continental shelf, that is this area beyond the land. The continental shelf is narrower as compared to the western coastline. Western coast has got a wider continental shelf. The reason being it is an emergent coast. So here, emergent means it has emerged above water. So narrower continental shelf. Continental shelf. Okay. Then after that, the western coastal plains, they are also known differently in different parts. So for example, in the region of Gujarat, that is where it is known as the Kutch and the Kathiawar coast, where it is very wide. Kutch and Kathiawar coast. Okay. Now here you don't have the formation of deltas. You will only have the formation of estuaries. The depositional matter carried is not so much, and you don't have lot of rivers draining through here as well. So this is basically narrower, narrower, and you will also find that the western coastal plains, they are known as submergent coast because the formation of escarpment, remember, one portion goes down. So that is the region of the submergent coast. So it has got multiple subparts, Kutch and Kathiawar coast in the region of Gujarat. Then you have the region of the Konkan coast, where you basically have another one. So that is in the southern part of Maharashtra. That is where it is also known as the Malvan coast. So southern Maharashtra. Maharashtra. Up till the region of Ratnagiri. From Ratnagiri onwards to Goa, that is the Konkan coast. That is where it gets narrowest. Then in the region of Karnataka, this is known as the Kanara coastline. Okay. So there it is known as the Kanara coastline. Basically, that is the coastal Karnataka. Okay. Then after that, you have the Malabar coast, where again it gets broader. Okay. So this is the regional classification, Kanara coastline, coastal Karnataka. Karnataka. So that is the regional classification of the western coastal plain. Okay. Now, in the region of the Malabar coast, it is low lying. That is where oftentimes you will find the ingression of the seawater also, which happens in that area. And that is where you have the formation of backwaters or kayals. So in this region, you have backwaters, backwaters or kayals. Very substantial amount of mangrove population to be found in the region. Then coming to the island systems that we have, Andaman Nicobar Islands, which are volcanic in origin, right? Now, volcanic in origin, this is where a lot of geographers from Darwin to Shepard to Daly, all of them have debated for a long period of time about the formation of the Andaman Nicobar Islands. Charles Darwin was of the opinion that many of the regions, they have volcanic origin, but basically many of the areas, they have coral presence also. So that is why there was a lot of debate about the formation of Andaman. We do now know it is volcanic in nature. So here you have the Andaman group of islands. Okay. and then you have the Nicobar group of islands. Okay, so basically they are separated by the 10-degree channel in between. Andaman group and Nicobar group, that is separated by the 10-degree channel in between. You have important islands which are in news, for example, the North Sentinel Island, owing to the Sentinelese tribe, which is particularly vulnerable tribal group. Nowadays, you have the Great Nicobar Island, which is in news. In the Great Nicobar Island, that is where the Great Nicobar project is being constructed. Here you have the presence of the Shompen tribe. Shompen tribe. Okay, and you have two protected areas, two national parks in the region which are in news in the region of Great Nicobar, so that also you should be aware about. So basically you have Galathea Bay and the Campbell Bay. Galathea Bay and Campbell Bay. Okay, these are the national parks that you have. Okay, these are national parks in the region of Great Nicobar Island. So, because it is in news, that is why chances of this being asked are substantial. Now, Lakshadweep. Now, Lakshadweep basically from Minicoy to the rest of the islands that you have, that is separated by the 9-degree channel. Okay. Andaman Nicobar is separated by the Andaman group, and the Nicobar group are separated by the 10-degree channel. Lakshadweep, the rest of the islands, that is the Amini and all of them, Kavarati, etc., from Minicoy, they are separated by the 9-degree channel. Okay, so that is the case of the Indian physiography that you need to know. Let us take a look at some of the questions, the PYQs. Consider the following statements. Amarkantak hills are at the confluence of the Vindhya and the Sahyadri ranges. So when we say Sahyadri ranges, we refer to the region of Western Ghats. Okay, so you have the Vindhyas and the Western Ghats. Amarkantak ranges are present here. Okay, so the first statement is incorrect, right? Then Bilirirangan Hills or the BR Hills, which are small hill feature in Karnataka, constitute the easternmost part of the Satpura range. Satpura, which is the range to the east of it, you have the Mahadev Hills. You have the Mahadev Hills. Then you have the Mekal range. Then you have Amarkantak. So here, again, this is incorrect because it won't be present in the region of the Karnataka, the hills of Karnataka. Then Sheshachalam Hills, which are a part of the region of Eastern Ghats in Andhra Pradesh, known for the red sanders. So Sheshachalam Hills constitute the southernmost part of Western Ghats. No. Which hill feature is the southernmost part of the Western Ghats? It is the Cardamom Hills. Okay, so that is why all of them are incorrect. So the correct answer in this case is D. That is none of the above. Now you had another one of these, that is match the following, where you had to match the hill region from the hills from the region that they are to be found in. Cardamom Hills, Coromandel Coast, Kaimur Hills, Konkan Coast, Mahadev Hills, Central India, and Mikir Hills, Northeast India. So Cardamom Hills, are they present in the Coromandel Coast? No, they are present in the interior, right? So first is incorrect. Kaimur Hills, offshoot of the Vindhyas, to the east of the Vindhyas, rich in minerals. Are they present across the Konkan coast? No. Mahadev, Mekal, Amarkantak, present in the central India. So that is correct. Mikir, Barel, Patkaibam, Naga, Lushai, or Mizo, they are present in northeastern India. That is correct. So the correct answer for this is going to be C. That is 3 and 4. Consider the following pairs, that is the peak and the mountain where they can be found. So Namcha Barwa, Garhwal Himalaya, Nanda Devi, Kumaon Himalayas, Nokrek, Sikkim Himalayas. So basically, Namcha Barwa is present in Arunachal Himalaya, incorrect. Nanda Devi present in Kumaon Himalayas, this can be correct. Nokrek is present in Meghalaya, not in the region of Sikkim Himalayas. So this is incorrect. Correct answer is going to be B, that is 2 only. Then Siachen. Siachen Glacier is situated where? So when we talk about the Siachen Glacier, is it situated to the east of Aksai Chin? No. To the east of Aksai Chin, you basically have the region of Tibet, right? So this is incorrect. East of Leh, you have the LAC. It can be north of Leh. Incorrect. North of Gilgit. So Gilgit Baltistan, the region of the Pakistan occupied Kashmir. To the north of it, you come across Wakhan Corridor or the region of Afghanistan. Incorrect. North of Nubra Valley is the one which is correct. So the correct answer in this is D. The black cotton soil of India has been formed due to the weathering of brown forest soil, fissure volcanic rock, granite and schist, and shale and limestone. So this should be simple. So here, fissure volcanic rock is why you have the black cotton soil of India, which has been created. Okay. Consider the following statements. Barren Island volcano is an active volcano located in the Indian territory. Barren Island lies about 140 kilometers to the east of Great Nicobar. The last time the Barren Island volcano erupted was in 1991 and it has remained inactive since then. So, if it is an active volcano located in the Indian territory, this is correct. It lies 140 kilometers to the east of Great Nicobar. No. It lies around 140 kilometers to the east of Andaman group of islands. Last time Barren Island volcano erupted was in 1991. No, 1994, then to 2017, and as recently as 2025 also. So correct answer in this is going to be 1 only. Consider the following statements. In India, the Himalayas are spread over 5 states only. The Western Ghats are spread over 5 states only. Pulicat Lake is spread over 2 states only. So in this, the Himalayas are spread to 5 states only. Now, if you consider the Eastern Himalayas as well, there are multiple states that they will cover. First is incorrect. The Western Ghats are spread over 5 states only. We just now took a look that Western Ghats are present from Gujarat, Maharashtra, Goa, Karnataka, Kerala, and even Tamil Nadu. 6 states, not 5 states. Pulicat Lake, we have seen the location also between Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. So this is correct. So the correct answer is B, that is 3 only. Which one of the following pairs of islands are separated from each other by the 10-degree channel? This should be easy. So here you basically have Andaman and Nicobar. Okay. Now we come to the case of the river systems of India. The different river systems of India. Now, again, I would like to mention, we will cover all the major rivers and tributaries, but we will cover it briefly, just telling you the meeting points and the major rivers and their tributaries. That's it. Along with the map. If you want a detailed aspect into it about all the rivers, all these tributaries in detail as well, their features, then you will find a link in the description talking about the marathon session of the rivers, which has happened a couple of months earlier. You can take a look into that as well. However, this in itself is also more than sufficient for your exam. Now, when we talk about the river systems of India, so basically, broadly, you have the classification. You have 2 types of classification. Classification based on drainage. Based on drainage. Right? You basically have Arabian Sea drainage and you basically have the Bay of Bengal drainage. Of Bengal drainage. Okay. So you have 2 types of drainage systems. Where do the rivers, they empty their water? So Arabian Sea drainage and Bay of Bengal drainage, they are basically separated by the presence of the Sahyadris, that is the Western Ghats, the Aravalis, they act as a water divide. But it is inaccurate system because as per this classification, an Indus river is equal to a Narmada river. Obviously, the water flow, the characteristics of both of them will be vitally different. So they cannot be clubbed into the same. So that is why the other classification that you have is based on origin. Based on origin. So based on origin, you basically have two of them. That is the Himalayan drainage. Himalayan drainage and the peninsular drainage. Okay. That is the classification. Now, Himalayan drainage, you have to study the three important river systems: Indus, Ganga, and Brahmaputra. Brahmaputra. These are the three river systems that you have to take a look into it for the Himalayan drainage. For peninsular drainage, the four major river systems, that is Mahanadi, Godavari, also the longest river in southern part of peninsular part of India, also known as Dakshin Ganga. So Godavari, then Krishna, and Kaveri. Okay, so these are the river systems that we will take a look into it one by one. We will cover all of these river systems, starting with the Indus River system. We will be moving ahead. Okay, so here, when we take a look at the Indus River system, the Indus River basically originates from the Bokharchu Glacier near Lake Mansarovar. Okay, that is where the river basically originates from the region of the Bokharchu Glacier near Mansarovar. It originates, it drains in the direction that is northwest. It drains like this, then moves into the region of Pakistan, and eventually drains into Arabian Sea. That is the case of the Indus River system. Now it is joined by multiple tributaries on the right hand side, on the left hand side as well. On the right hand side, you have many of the small Himalayan tributaries which originate from the mountains. Very shortly, they will join the river. So you have Shyok, Nubra, Galwan. Galwan is one of the tributaries of Shyok. So the infamous Galwan Valley clash that happened. You have Gilgit, Hunza, Kabul. Kabul is one of the streams which comes from the region of Afghanistan. So Indus River system has its presence in Tibet, that is China, India, Pakistan, and even Afghanistan. Okay. Now, the eastward flowing rivers, or rather, not eastern flowing, the rivers which join from the left bank, those are important. That is the left bank tributaries of Indus. Left bank tributaries of Indus are what are known as the Panjnath, after which you have the name of the state, Punjab, the land of five rivers. So you have the left bank tributaries. Tributaries. So which are those? You have Jhelum, then you have Chenab. Jhelum goes ahead and meets with river Chenab. Okay, Jhelum will join Chenab. After that, you have Ravi, Byas, and Satluj. Satluj also originates from Rakastal near Mansarovar only. Remember, we discussed that three rivers, that is the river Brahmaputra, river Satluj, as well as Indus, they will originate from the similar location. All the three rivers will originate from the similar location. So Satluj also originates from there, enters India through the Shipkila Pass, very important pass in Himachal Pradesh. Enters India through Shipkila Pass. Shipkila Pass in Himachal Pradesh. Okay. Now, Jhelum will join with Chenab. Okay. Ravi and Byas will join with Satluj. Ravi and Byas will join with Satluj. And then Chenab will also join with Satluj. Eventually, all of these they meet together and they form the river that is Panjnad. And that Panjnad will join Indus in Mithankot in Pakistan. Mithankot in Pakistan. That is where this will join with Indus. Okay, and that is where you have the common flow. So these are the left bank tributaries. Now, as per the Indus Water Treaty, which India has held in abeyance, but as per the provisions of the Indus Water Treaty 1960, with World Bank as the monitoring system, these were, that is, Indus, Jhelum, and Chenab. Indus, Jhelum, and Chenab. These were referred to as the Western rivers. Okay. The same Jhelum is known as Neelam. When you enter into the Pakistan occupied Kashmir, the same river Jhelum is known as Neelam. So this is where these would be referred to as the western rivers. Whereas Ravi, Byas and Satluj, these would be referred to as the eastern rivers. Okay, so India would have complete access of the eastern rivers, and the western rivers we would have very limited access. But India has held the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance owing to the terrorist activities originating from Pakistan. That is the reason why India is seeking to reconstruct and also to build newer power projects and water storage structures even across the western tributaries. Okay, so left bank tributaries, they are known as Panjnad when they meet together. It is Chenab which meets Satluj, and then it meets river Indus at Mithankot. They form a fertile delta, by the way, in the Sindh province of Pakistan. They do form a fertile delta, agriculturally very productive. And that would be one of those areas where cotton would also be cultivated in the pre-partition days. You basically had a lot of cotton cultivation in that area. Now, for your prelims, it is also important for you to understand the origin point of all these tributaries and the rivers that you have. So Indus, Bokharchu Glacier near Mansarovar, that is the region of origin of Indus. Jhelum originates through Verinag Spring or the Verinag Glacier. That is where Jhelum originates from. For Jhelum, keep one thing in mind, flows through the fault zone where you have freshwater lake, that is Wooler Lake. Wooler Lake. Okay, so that is where Jhelum tends to flow through, originating from the Verinag Glacier. That is the case of Jhelum. Chenab, around the Barashigri Glacier, you have the Baralacha Pass. So above that, you have the Barashigri Glacier. From there, you have two streams, that is Chandra and Bhaga. They originate from two ends of the region of basically from the region of Baralacha Pass. From two ends, you have Chandra and Bhaga which originate. They do meet, and that is where you have the river Chandrabhaga, eventually known as the river Chenab. Okay, so that is Baralacha Pass in the Lahore Spiti area of the Dhauladhar ranges in Himachal Pradesh. Then Satluj, Rakastal near Mansarovar. It is an antecedent river. Satluj and Indus, these both are antecedent rivers. Meaning what? They have been in existence prior to the upliftment of the Himalayas. These are your antecedent rivers, both of them. Okay? So have been in existence prior to the formation and the upliftment of Himalayas. Then Ravi, Kulu Hills near the Rohtang Pass, that is where Ravi originates, and Byas from the other end of the Rohtang Pass. Byas is the river which exists only in India. All the other river streams, you will find them to be entering into Pakistan as well. Beas does not. So exists entirely, entirely within India. Okay. Originating from Beas Kund near Rohtang Pass. Okay. That is the region where it originates from, Beas Kund near Rohtang Pass. Okay, so that is the case of the origin of these particular river systems. Now, for your examination, it is also important for you, because it is in use, to know about the various different dams and the water storage structures for these rivers. Oftentimes, you will find questions to be asked as well from there. So, I don't want you to search multiple different sources, which are the important rivers, etc. Right? So, please be restricted to these sources. It will be easier to revise as well. So, for example, Indus, you have the Nimu Basgo as well as the Alchi, which is present in Ladakh. Jhelum, you have Kishan Ganga, Uri projects, Chenab, Salal, Baglihar, Dulhasti, Ratle, then Pakaldul, Kiru, Kwar. So out of this, Salal, Baglihar, Ratle, Pakaldul, and Dulhasti, these are some of the important ones in Chenab. Kishan Ganga present on Jhelum. Salal, Ratle, Pakaldul, all of these are Baglihar, they are present across Chenab. Ravi, Ranjit Sagar. Then Byas, you have Pong, the Pong Dam, which is also a Ramsar site. Okay, Pong Dam is also a Ramsar site. It is very unique because this is where the change of the water level which happens between the monsoon and the dry conditions, where you have the older architecture of a Shiva temple which gets basically submerged in water, and otherwise it is above water. So that is why an important pilgrimage site as well. Satluj, Bhakra, Nangal, Nathpa Jhakri, all of these are the part of the Satluj river systems. So, what kind of question can be expected out of it? The river, it has been asked earlier as well for different river, the river and the storage structure. Okay, so that is something you can retain. Pong Dam on Byas is a Ramsar site. Retain that. Ramsar site in Himachal Pradesh. Okay, that is present in Himachal Pradesh. Then, after that, the Ganga river system, one of the most important river systems in the country, based upon the amount of water carried, based upon the length, and also, more importantly, the amount of population that it supports on a day to day basis. It is also considered to be reverential par excellence in our country, and that is where it has been a part of the cultural and traditional rootedness of the civilization. So that is the Ganga river system. Ganga river, but however, when it originates, it does not originate as river Ganga. It does originate as multiple different streams. All the streams, they meet at Dev Prayag, and that is when, after Dev Prayag, the river is known as Ganga. So initially, when you consider the Ganga river system, so here you have two important streams, that is Alaknanda and Bhagirathi. Okay, you have the two important streams, Alaknanda and Bhagirathi. Alaknanda and Bhagirathi, they meet at Dev Prayag. And after that, it is known as Ganga. Okay, Alaknanda originates from Satopant Glacier near Badrinath. Satopant Glacier near Badrinath. Okay. Bhagirathi originates from the region that is Gaumukh in Gangotri. And that is when they do meet. However, they basically have multiple other confluences along the way as well. And that is where you have the very famous Panch Prayags in Uttarakhand. So in Uttarakhand, you basically have the Char Dham and the Panch Prayag as well. Char Dham, you have Badrinath, Kedarnath, Gangotri, and Yamunotri. All of these regions are the genesis of various different streams, which eventually make up for river Ganga and the Ganga drainage and the river system. So if you take a look at Badrinath, from Badrinath, you have Alaknanda. Alaknanda originates from here. Okay, Alaknanda is joined. First stream which joins Alaknanda is Dholi Ganga. Dholi Ganga, which joins it at Vishnu Prayag. Okay, so Dholi Ganga will be joining at Vishnu Prayag. Match the following kind of question can be expected out of it. Vishnu Prayag. Okay. Then after that, you basically have from the region of Nanda Devi, two streams originate. One is Nandakini. Nandakini will join Alaknanda at Nandprayag. Nandakini. That is Nandprayag. Okay. Then you have from the other end of Nanda Devi, you basically have Pindar, right? Pindar Ganga. Pindar Ganga. That meets at Karnaprayag. Karnaprayag. Then from the region of Kedarnath, that is where you have the genesis or the origin of Mandakini, which was impacted during the cloudburst in Kedarnath. So that is Mandakini. Mandakini will meet it. Mandakini will meet it at Rudraprayag. Okay, it will meet at Rudraprayag. And then you have Yamuna, which is, or rather, after that you have Bhagirathi. Bhagirathi will basically meet it at Devprayag. After that, the river is known as Ganga. Devprayag. So these are your famous Panch Prayag systems which do exist. Prayag basically means a land of confluence of river. That is where you basically have the Panch Prayags in Uttarakhand, which are revered. All of these are places of worship as well. Now, the tributaries, the important tributaries. So it has got left bank and important right bank tributaries as well. So when we talk about the left bank tributaries, you basically have starting from one of the major tributaries of the left bank is basically Ram Ganga. Okay, so you have Ram Ganga. Then after that, so Ram Ganga is the one which is here. Just so that you are aware, this is your Ram Ganga. Okay, that is the river, that is Ram Ganga. Ram Ganga is the one which will originate or basically move through the Corbett Tiger Reserve, through the Tarai belt of the Corbett Tiger Reserve. It will meet with Ganga in which particular place? It meets with Ganga at Kannauj. Okay, Kannauj. So Kannauj has always been a power center since the time of the Harsha and the Harshvardhan Empire that you basically had, what you read in ancient history. So Kannauj was a power center. Then from Gomat Tal, right, from Gomat Tal in the Pilibhit Tiger Reserve, that is where you have the genesis of Gomti. Gomti, which drains through the capital city of Lucknow. So Gomti is the one which originates from there. That is after Ram Ganga. This is Gomti. From Gomat Tal in the Pilibhit Tiger Reserve. That is Gomti. And Gomti will meet with Ganga where? At Kathi in Ghazipur district. Kathi, 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 in Uttar Pradesh. Okay. Then you have Ghagra. Ghagra is an antecedent river, just like Satluj and Indus. Ghagra. Okay. It is an antecedent river. It has got important tributaries also. So look at Ghagra. It crisscrosses the Himalayas. So that could have been done by a river only if it has been in existence prior to the existence of Himalayas as well. So that is where Ghagra is also a kind of an antecedent river. It has got tributaries, that is Saryu, Rapti. These are the tributaries, some of the tributaries. Okay, so Ghagra, antecedent, antecedent. Okay, tributaries, Saryu to the region of Ayodhya, Rapti, infamous for the flood sorrow of eastern UP, that is Ghagra. And Rapti is known for the lot of floods which happen in the eastern UP. Where does it meet with Ganga? It meets with Ganga in Bihar. Okay, so in Chhapra in Bihar is where it will meet with Ganga. Chhapra in Bihar is where it meets with Ganga. So Ram Ganga, Gomti, then you have Ghagra. After that, you basically have another one of these leftward streams known as Narayani. Narayani in Nepal, right? And that is Gandak. Gandak basically meets with Ganga. Gandak basically meets with Ganga in the region of Sonpur near Patna. Sonpur near Patna, Bihar. Okay. Then you have another antecedent river, that is Kosi, originates or has genesis as seven different streams known as the Saptkoshi. So seven of these streams, they come together and then they form this Kosi river. So that is why Kosi is basically having a lot of sedimentary load, and because it carries so much amount of sediment, that is why it has the ability to frequently flood the region as well, hence known as the sorrow of Bihar. Kosi meets with Ganga at Katihar in Bihar, Katihar district in eastern part of Bihar. Okay, so these are basically some of the important meeting points of the tributaries of river Ganga. Then the easternmost, another one of the tributaries that you will find, which is in news because of the interlinking project, is the tributary of Mahananda. This is your Mahananda. Mahananda has got, that is Mahananda. One of the tributaries of Mahananda is the stream that is Mechi. Mechi is a tributary of Mahananda. So, as per the interlinking plans, Kosi and Mechi are to be interlinked together to provide water in the otherwise drought prone area of northeastern part of Bihar. By the way, when you observe this river Tista, Tista is a tributary of Brahmaputra. But are you aware that historically, hundreds of years ago, Tista was a part of the Ganga river system? Tista would join river Ganga at one point of time beyond Mahananda. But owing to the erosional depositional feature, what we refer to as the phenomena of stream capture, that is where Brahmaputra has eroded the region and Tista now merges with Brahmaputra. So Tista is considered to be a tributary of Brahmaputra now. Okay, but historically, at one point of time, very much a tributary of the Ganga river system. So all these are your left bank tributaries. Then you have the right bank tributaries as well. Amongst the right bank tributaries, the most major one passing through the capital city of New Delhi, through the region of Agra, that is Yamuna. So Yamuna meets with Ganga at Prayagraj, okay, or Allahabad. So this is your Ganga river system along with the important cities and the towns which lie across the banks of this. So you will observe this is your Yamuna river system, okay. This is the part of your Yamuna river system meeting at Prayagraj. Now Yamuna also has got tributaries, for example Chambal being one of them. Chambal is an important one. You have the industrial town of Kota, which lies on the banks of Chambal. Okay, Kota lies on the banks of Chambal. Other than that, Chambal also has some of the critically endangered species of turtles, for example. Then Gharial conservation. So that is why Chambal is always the one which is in news. It is considered to be the cursed river as well. This is the region where you also have the badland topography due to erosion of the land in that area. Okay, so Chambal has got some of the tributaries, that is Banas, then Kali Sindh, Parbati. Then after that you have Sindh, which meets with Yamuna. Then you have Betwa and Kane, which are to be interlinked together. Okay, Betwa and Kane. Then another right bank tributary of River Ganga is Son, which has got a tributary that is Rihand. That is where you have the Rihand Dam. So Rihand is a tributary of Son. So these are some of the important meeting points of the tributaries of River Ganga. Now here, this is the Yamuna river system, Chambal, okay. So basically Kota, Chittorgarh across the Chambal basin. Then after that Guna was on Parbati. So this is the case of Chambal. Then you have Sindh. Kali Sindh is a part of the Chambal river system itself. Sindh is a separate tributary which joins directly with Yamuna. Then you have Betwa and then you have K. Okay. Damodar. Now, Damodar river system, which is also akin to the Rhine river system in our country. So basically, you have the Rhine river system in Germany. So very rich in minerals. So one of the heart of industrialization of Germany. So something similar is accorded to Damodar as well. Damodar also drains through a rift valley. Now, Damodar joins river Hooghly. Okay. So when you consider river Damodar, Damodar joins river Hooghly. River Hooghly. Okay. And Hooghly is a distributary. It is a distributary of Ganga. Distributary of Ganga. Distributary basically to be found in the lower course. Lower course where you have substantial amount of water. So that is where the water eventually diverges. Okay. Now here basically in the case of Damodar, so see this is your river Hooghly. This is the distributary that is Hooghly. Okay. And this is your the river Damodar. So you have multiple water storage structures across river Damodar. Multiple different water storage structure. For example, Tilaya, one of those. Tenughat, all of these have power plants also. Then you have Maithan, where you have that power plant as well. Panchet is one of those. So these are the important water storage structure part of the Damodar Valley Corporation or DVC, which is in the Damodar river system. Then Hooghly. Hooghly basically moving through the region of Kolkata and eventually to the area of Haldia. That is where Hooghly will meet the sea and form a kind of a fertile island. Now, these are the dams in the states and the streams associated with the Ganga river system. That is for your perusal. You can take a look into that. Then coming to the Brahmaputra river system. So Brahmaputra is known by different name. As long as Brahmaputra is present in the region of Tibet, that is where it is known by the name Sangpo. Okay, if I show you the entire chart. So as long as it is present in the region of Tibet, so it originates very close to the Mansarovar Lake again. So it originates from the Chemyangdung Glacier. So Brahmaputra originates from the Chemyangdung Glacier of the Kailash ranges near Mansarovar. Okay, that is where Brahmaputra will originate from. After that, it flows through the region of Tibet in almost a linear fashion because it is surrounded by mountains from both sides. There it is known by the name Sangpo, okay, which means the purifier. After taking the southward bend from Namcha Barwa, it enters India with the name of Siang or Dihang. In Arunachal Pradesh, it enters India through the name of Siang. Then, after that, basically, it will enter or it will have the meeting point here with Lohit. Right? It will meet with Lohit in the town of Sadia. From that point onwards, as it enters the plains, that is when it is known as Brahmaputra. That is, beyond Sadia, it is known as Brahmaputra. Then, after that, it is known as Brahmaputra till it stays in India. It leaves India through the Dhubri district in Assam. So, from Dhubri, it will leave India, it will move into Bangladesh, then Jamuna, Padma, Meghna, and eventually Bay of Bengal. Okay, so that is the case of Brahmaputra. So, this is where you have the region of Dhubri. Okay, this is your Sadia. So the extent between them, that is what is the region of Brahmaputra. Okay. So Brahmaputra also has got the formation of riverine islands. Majali Island is the largest riverine island. Largest riverine island. Okay. You have various different left bank and right bank tributaries as well. So when you consider the right bank tributaries of this, so for example, you have Subansiri. Subansiri is in news because of the construction of the Subansiri project, which is estimated to be completed this year. So that is why Subansiri is the one which remains in news. Then, amongst the major ones, you have Manas, very rich in terms of the biodiversity. These are right bank tributaries. Then you have Sankosh, Tista. These are your major right bank tributaries. Amongst the left bank tributaries, Lohit, Buridihing, Dhansiri, Kopili moves across the fault zone, that is the Kopili fault created due to deformation. These are your important left bank tributaries. So that is the case of the entirety of the Brahmaputra river system. Subansiri, Kameng, Manas, Tista, Sankosh, the right bank and left bank are the ones that we have discussed. Okay. Then coming to the Peninsular Plateau, you basically have Mahanadi. Mahanadi, if you observe the and if you chart it out on the map here, Mahanadi originates from the Sihava region of Raipur. That is where it originates from, Mahanadi. Okay, near Raipur district, that is the Sihava region. Okay, or the region of Dhamtari in Chhattisgarh. So that is where it tends to originate from. Again, it has got important left bank and right bank tributaries. At one point of time, the river would be known as the Sorrow of Odisha because of the humongous floods that would occur every now and then because of the river. Now, here, one of the larger streams that joins it is Shivnath. Shivnath joins it, that is the larger stream. Then you have Hasdev. It is again a left bank tributary, that is Hasdev, that joins after Shivnath. Then you have Mandh, then Ib. These are your left bank tributaries. Left bank tributaries. Okay. Then after that, on the right hand side, you have Ong, Tel, Jonk. So these are your right bank tributaries, Ong and Tel. Okay. Now we'll also take a look at the Godavari river system, but we'll do that after a break. So take a break of around 20 minutes, relax, and after that we will come back, take a look at the PYQs from this topic, the forest, soil, and agriculture. Okay, so we take a break for 20 minutes and we will be back. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. Now we were talking about the various different rivers and tributaries. We have covered the northern rivers that you have along with Mahanadi. Now, in the Peninsular Plateau, one of the most important river system that you have is Godavari river system. Now, river Godavari originates in the region of Trembakeshwar in the Nashik district of Maharashtra. Okay, that is where Godavari originates from. It is the longest river in the Peninsular Plateau, and hence it is also ascribed by the name Dakshin Ganga. Dakshin Ganga. Draining for a length of almost 1450 kilometers is the river of Godavari. Now, here, if you observe, as I told you earlier as well, that the hills from where multiple of the tributaries originate, you have the Satmala hills here, Mahadev, and the Ajanta hills as well. So, this is the stream that is Godavari. Okay. It is navigable only in the lower stretches. This is your Godavari. Okay. And eventually forms a deltaic stretch in the region of the Koringa Wildlife Sanctuary in Andhra Pradesh before meeting with the region of Bay of Bengal. Now it has got various different left bank tributaries are the dominant ones. Right bank tributaries not very much because why? You have the Balaghat range, which is the restricting mountain range or a hill range of sorts. So you don't have very long right bank tributaries. Majority of them, they are the left bank tributaries. So here, Pravara, and then you have Manjra. These are your right bank tributaries, Pravara and Manjra. Amongst the left bank tributaries, you'll find Purna. Now, Purna will basically meet with Penganga. Okay. The combined waters will meet with Vardha. And these combined waters are then known by the name Pranhita. Pranhita. So, Purna, so you have Penganga, Vainganga, and Vardha. So, Vainganga, Penganga, and Vardha, they meet with each other and then they have Pranhita. Then you have Indravati moving through the region of Kalahandi in Odisha. Kalahandi, forested area, aspirational district where you had a lot of developmental issue, left wing extremism in the region of Kalahandi. It drains through that. And then you have the very famous Indravati Tiger Reserve as well, which lies on the banks of this. So that is the Indravati River, which is also a right bank tributary. So you basically have Vain Ganga, Vardha, right? Vain Ganga, Vardha. Then you consider Purna, or rather, here you consider Pain Ganga. So all of these, they are considered to be together, and then you have Pranhita. Okay, you can see this is Pain Ganga, this is Vardha, and this is Vain Ganga. Okay, then you have Pranhita. That should be clear to everyone that you have, first of all, Pain Ganga and Vardha, and then you have Vain Ganga, which drains through Chhattisgarh from the region of the Mahadev Hills. You have Vain Ganga. So that is what forms Pranhita that meets with Godavari. Godavari has got some of the important water storage structures as well. For example, across Manjra and eventually across Godavari, you have water storage structure like the Singur water storage structure, and you also have the Nizam Sagar. Nizam Sagar. These are your important water storage structures that are present across the Godavari river system. Then the Krishna river system. So Krishna If you observe this, so it originates from Mahabaleshwar in the Sahyadris. Now, here, one of the important tributaries which joins Krishna is Bhima. At the time where Bhima joins, it is one of the larger tributaries out there. But still, it is known as the Krishna river system and not the Bhima river system because it is the channel of Krishna which is followed thereafter. Now, here you also have the case of Tunga and Bhadra river system, which forms the Tunga Bhadra Doab. Very fertile stretch, always a region of conflict, an area which is agriculturally productive, and that is why in conflict between the Vijayanagar and the Bahmani kingdoms as well would be the region of the Tungabhadra Doab. And then you have river Musi. Musi is famous for draining through the capital or the region of Hyderabad. So Musi, which is a path, which is a left bank tributary, right? It is a left bank tributary. And Musi join, flows through, drains through Hyderabad. Okay. So that is the case of the Krishna river system. Then Kaveri river system. Kaveri river system. So river Kaveri originates from the Brahmagiri hills, right? So from the place which is known as Thalakaveri, Kaveri, right? From the Brahmagiri hills, Brahmagiri hills, which is in Kodagu district in Karnataka. So that is where Kaveri originates from. It has got various tributaries like Kabini, Bhavani, Amravati, and so on. Now, in the case of river Kaveri and the Kaveri river system, the upper course, that is this particular portion, receives rainfall from the southwest monsoon, whereas the lower course will receive rainfall from the northeast and the retreating monsoon. That is why it has still got substantial amount of water sufficiency. So upper course of the river, upper course is basically from rains from southwest monsoon. Okay, southwest monsoon. Whereas when we talk about the lower course in the deltaic stretch, that is where rains from retreating and northeast monsoon. Northeast monsoon. Okay. That is the case of the Kaveri river system. So Brahmagiri Hills of Kodagu district in Karnataka, that is where they originate from. Kabini is one of the famous ones. You have a dam, water storage structure across Kabini. It is a very well-known area across the country for wildlife. You will have the elusive species of black panther, for example, to be present in this area. It is also to be found in the region of the Bhadra river system. There also you have black panther. Other than that, in the region of Kabini, you have the meeting points of the Nagarhole, the Mudumalai, and even the Bandipur tiger reserves. So that is where the tiger population is also substantial. Bhavani, Amravati, these are the other tributaries of Kaveri. Narmada. So Narmada basically originates from the Maikal range in the region of Amarkantak, and it follows what is known as the pinnate drainage pattern. Pinnate drainage pattern. Okay. So basically, you will not find very long tributaries in terms of the length because it is surrounded or bounded by the Vindhyas and the Satpura. So that is why you have these kind of block mountains on both sides and the Rift Valley, that is Narmada. So that is where you will find only the presence of the short tributaries. One of the important water storage structure in this is the Sardar Sarovar Dam. Sardar Sarovar Dam is the important water storage structure. It is across the storage area or the catchment area of the Sardar Sarovar Dam, where you also have the Ekta Nagar, Statue of Unity, earlier well known as Kevadia. Okay. Now, some of the other west flowing and east flowing rivers. So, in Gujarat, you basically have Shitrunji, Dadar, and you have Sabarmati, which passes through Ahmedabad, Mahi. So, Mahi originates in Madhya Pradesh and is the only river, the major river, which crosses Tropic of Cancer twice. It crosses Tropic of Cancer twice. Okay. That is the case of river Mahi. That is what Mahi is known for. From Karnataka, you basically have the Kali Nadi, then you have Sharavati. Sharavati is the stream across which you basically have the Garsoppa Falls or the Jog Falls, one of the highest waterfalls in the country, that is situated across Sharavati. Netravati, the port city of Mangalore or Mangaluru, lies across Netravati. Mangalore is also famous or in news for the strategic petroleum reserve that it has. We will take a look at the map of all the strategic petroleum reserves also shortly. So, Netravati through the region of Mangaluru. Okay, or Mangalore. Okay. So that is the west flowing, some of the smaller rivers that you have. Krishna and Kaveri, all of those we have already taken a look into. So which of these are tributary of river Godavari? Let's take a look at some of the PYQs. Which of these are a tributary of river Godavari? Vardha, Indravati, Penar, Ganga, and Sabri. So of all of them, which and how many of them are tributaries of Godavari? Let me know what is the correct answer in this. Let's see how many of us are able to answer this. So, Vardha, is it a tributary of Godavari? Yes, it is. Indravati, moving through the district of Kalahandi through the Indravati Tiger Reserve? Yes. Penar is not. Ganga, so Ganga, and Vardha, they meet to form Pranhita? It is. Sabri, is Sabri a tributary of Godavari? Yes or no? So when we talk about Sabri, it is very much a tributary of Godavari, right? So here, this is also going to be correct. So you have C, 4. 4 of them are tributaries of Godavari. Narmada River flows to the west while most other large peninsular rivers flow to the east. Why? It occupies a linear rift valley. It flows between the Vindhyas and the Satpura. The land slopes to the west from central India. So, which is correct? So, in this, it occupies a linear rift valley. That is one of the reasons why it drains to the west rather than draining to the east. So, the first one is correct. So, obviously, two of the statements, they are out of the question. Now, it flows between Vindhyas and Satpura. That is not the reason why it drains to the west. Between Vindhyas and Satpura, it could have drained to the east also, right? Then the land slopes to the west from central India. This is incorrect. The land does not slope to the west from central India. So the correct answer in this is A. Okay, that is one only. With reference to the Himalayan rivers joining the Ganga downstream of Prayagraj from west to east, which one of the following sequence is correct? In terms of the all of these are left bank tributaries. So here the correct answer in this case is going to be which one? It is going to be B. Gomti, then you have Ghagra, then Gandak, then Kosi. Gomti meets with river Ganga at which particular place? So Gomti will meet river Ganga at Kethi in Gazipur, right? Then Ghagra, that will meet with Ganga in Chhapra in Bihar. Gandak will meet with Ganga at Sonpur near Patna, and Kosi will meet with Ganga in eastern Bihar in Katihar. After that, is there any other tributary of Ganga which joins after Kosi? Yes, it is Mahananda. So that is why here the correct answer is B. Okay. With reference to the Indus River system of the following four rivers, three of them pour into one of them which joins the Indus directly. Among the following, which one is such a river that joins the Indus directly? So here it is Satluj. Satluj is the one which will join with the Indus directly, right? With reference to river Tista, consider the following statements. The source of river Tista is the same as that of Brahmaputra, but it flows through Sikkim. This is incorrect. Brahmaputra originates in the region of Tibet, that is in the region of the Chemyongdong Glacier near Lake Mansarovar. So one is incorrect. Immediately filter out those statements which had one. Now you know by the options available as well that two is going to be correct. So river Rangit originates in Sikkim and is a tributary of river Tista. So even if you didn't know it, this is correct. River Tista flows into the Bay of Bengal on the border of India and Bangladesh. Is that going to be correct? No. River Tista basically merges with Brahmaputra. It does not directly drain into Bay of Bengal. So the correct answer in this is going to be B, that is 2 only. Okay. Now, which of the following is or are the tributary or the tributaries of Brahmaputra? Dibang, Dibang, Kameng, and Lohit. Which of them are tributaries of Brahmaputra? So in this, Dibang, Kameng, and Lohit, all of them are basically going to be the tributaries of Brahmaputra. So the correct answer in this is going to be D, 1, 2, and 3. Consider the following rivers: Vansdhara, Indravati, Pranhita, and Penar. Which of the above are tributaries of river Godavari? So this about the tributaries of a particular river that has been asked multiple times, so you can understand which rivers to focus upon. So in this particular case, other than the case of here, what is the correct answer for this? So other than Vamsdhara and Penar, right? Indravati and and Pranhita, they are the ones which are tributaries of Godavari. So the correct answer is going to be D, that is 2 and 3 only. Consider the following rivers: Barak, Lohit, and Subansiri. Which of the above flows or flow through Arunachal Pradesh? So which of them flow through Arunachal Pradesh? So here, Barak does not flow through Arunachal Pradesh. Lohit and Subansiri, being the tributaries of Brahmaputra river system, they flow through Arunachal Pradesh. So the correct answer in this case is going to be 2 and 3, that is B. Okay. Now, after this, we come to the case of forest and soil. So basically, here, what is important for your examination for forest is the type of forest that you have, the regions where these forests are to be present, and the conditions required for the growth of these forests, along with certain example of species. Okay, so that is the one which is going to be important. Other than that, which are the top states in terms of the increase in forest cover, the decrease in forest cover, maximum forest cover? So that is also one of those portions which is taken from the latest state of forest report that can also be asked in the examination. So that is something that we are going to take a look into. Now, forest, always advisable when you take a look at these forests, always look at it with the help of the rainfall map. Okay, the rainfall map of the country, the rainfall distribution map that you have, Based upon that, you can get an idea about the type of forest also, because for example, wherever you have greater amount of rainfall, you can have tropical evergreen. Where slightly lesser amount of rainfall, you can have deciduous or thorny forest. So that is the case where always take a look at the rainfall map and then the forest type. And when you consider soil, soil is extracted or is formed as a consequence of degradation of the rock systems that you have. So, soil always should be taken a look into after you have covered the physiography of the country. Only after you have covered the physiography should you take a look into the case of the soil classification as well. So, first of all, let us take a look at the forest along with the some parts of the forest report as well. So, what you see in the right hand side map that you have is the map for rainfall distribution. Okay. Now, here we have seen earlier in the past fortnight also, when we were doing the Indian climate classification in greater detail, there are certain areas in India which receive very high amount of rainfall. For example, if you consider the stretches around Andaman Nicobar Islands, the amount of rainfall received is very, very high. Then, other than that, if you consider the region to the west of Western Ghats, that is again where the amount of rainfall received is very high, extraordinarily high, oftentimes higher than 400 centimeter, 500 centimeter annually as well. Then, if you consider the northeastern states, here also the amount of rainfall is very high. And why is it so? That is because the hill systems which are present here, they form a kind of a funnel shape where the winds are allowed to come in, but they don't come out. So that is a kind of a funnel shape that you have. So the winds, they do come in, they stay there, and they drop all the moisture. So that is the case of the rainfall distribution. Then you have certain dry areas, eastern part of Western Ghats, or the rain shadow region of Western Ghats. Then the region of the Thar Desert, right? These are very dry areas of the country. Now take a look at the vegetation classification, the vegetation map of India. Here you will find that in the region of the western part of Western Ghats, that is where you have the tropical evergreen and semi evergreen forests. Then, if you consider the region of the northeastern states, evergreen, semi evergreen forest, Andaman Nicobar Island as well. Now, when you consider the rest of India, their average annual rainfall in rest of India is how much? Around 120 centimeter, 118 to 120 centimeter per year. That is the average annual rainfall that India receives. So there, majority of India receives that much amount of rainfall. So that is where majority of India has got the presence of the deciduous forest. Deciduous, what do we mean by deciduous? Those kind of forests and trees which shed their leaves during the dry season in order to save themselves or conserve themselves. Again, when the rainy season and the wet season comes, that is when, with rainfall, again the leaves will come back into existence. Now, another thing that I want you to understand in this, for better analysis and for better understanding, and listen to this very carefully for the next couple of minutes. Apply your logic. A region which is receiving, let's suppose, 250 centimeter of rainfall. Now, around it, chances are that you will receive almost 200 centimeter of rainfall or 300 centimeter of rainfall. It won't be the case that right next to the region of 250 centimeter of rainfall, you will be receiving 50 centimeter. So there is a general gradients in terms of rainfall pattern also. 250, next area, next district, maybe 200, couple of more districts, 190, 180, like that the rainfall pattern changes. So why is that important for us? Because that means the type of forest also, or the vegetation which is in existence, that will also be conducive to it. For example, in the region of 250, let's suppose you have tropical evergreen, right? Next to it, you have, let's suppose, 200 centimeter. So that is where you will have maybe the presence of semi evergreen. Okay. Then after that, let's suppose another area where you have 150 centimeter, moist deciduous, then dry deciduous, then thorny forest. So there is a kind of a gradients even in the case of the forest systems that you will observe. Now, tropical evergreen forest, in which areas to be found? Wherever the rainfall amount is very, very high, that is where evergreen forest will be found. So western part of Western Ghats, northeastern hilly states, and the region of Andaman Nicobar Islands. So that is the region. Condition: annual precipitation over 220 centimeter, average temperature above 22 degrees Celsius, because after all, it is a tropical forest. Okay, so that is why annual precipitation of over 220 centimeter, that is important. Many areas, for example, in the region of northeastern states, they do receive 400 centimeter of rainfall. Western Ghats, like Agumbe, you have around 800, 900 centimeter of rainfall, sometimes even 1000 centimeter of rainfall. That is where evergreen forests are to be found. The trees: mahogany, any, ebony, rosewood, these are some of the trees to be found. Now, as you move slightly away from the region of evergreen, you come across semi evergreen, where rainfall around 190 to 220 centimeter. Okay, roughly around 200 centimeter plus minus 5. If that much amount of rainfall is there, semi evergreen. Now, here what happens, as you can see, there's a greater gap which exists between the trees. Rainfall is less, so the trees are less dense, right? So there is a kind of a gap which does exist. Sunlight does pass through. So that means you have a lot of vegetation which starts coming up. Many of these creepers, they wrap themselves around the trees, and that is where the trees, they give you a kind of a greenish appearance, hence the name semi evergreen. So here, in which region will they be found? In the areas around evergreen, right? We talked about the gradients of rainfall, similarly gradients of forest. So less rainier areas of Western Ghats, northeastern states, Andaman Nicobar, wherever you have slightly less rainfall, that is where semi evergreen. So white cedar, hollock, kale, these are the examples of semi evergreen. Then you have the tropical deciduous forests. These are also what are referred to as monsoonal forests. Why? Because shed their leaves during dry season, leaves during dry season, okay, and it gets regenerated again whenever you have the monsoonal season, to be regenerated, generated during monsoons. Monsoonal rains. That is why it is known as the tropical deciduous, right? Or the monsoonal forest. Rainfall around 70 to 200 centimeter. It is of two types. You have moist deciduous and you have dry deciduous. This is the most dominant forest type across the country. Okay? Most dominant. Most dominant forest type. Forest type across the country. Okay. Now, here basically, moist deciduous in those areas where on an average 120 to 140 centimeter, or basically 100 to 200 centimeter of rainfall, 100 centimeter to 200 centimeter rainfall per year, that is where you have moist deciduous. All the commercially viable and important trees, for example, sandalwood, shisham, teak, these are the examples of moist deciduous. That is how you can retain. Okay, sandalwood, shisham, teak, these are examples of moist deciduous. Dry deciduous, tendu, red sanders, what is found in Sheshachalam area. This is the case of dry deciduous forest types. So moist deciduous, where is it to be found? Foothills of Himalayas, in the region northern part of Uttarakhand, then northern part of Bihar. In those areas, you will find the presence of. Then some parts of Western Ghats, where there is slightly greater amount of rainfall which occurs. Andaman Nicobar, then parts of Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, parts of West Bengal. So that is where you'll find the region or the case of moist deciduous. Teak, sal, shisham, sandalwood, mahua, kusum, semel, hurra. These are the examples of the moist deciduous kind of forest that you have. Dry deciduous, tendu, red sanders, palas, amaltas, bale, khair. Now, this is to be found in the larger area of the central Indian plains, central peninsular plateau. In that larger areas, that is where you do find the presence of the dry deciduous forest system. Okay, so that is the presence of the dry deciduous. So here you will also find the presence in the moist deciduous and the dry deciduous, lot of wildlife population in our country. Eastern Ghats primarily dry deciduous. Okay, Western Ghats, if you are in the rain shadow zone, some area moist deciduous, otherwise dry deciduous. Okay, thorn forest go into areas with even lesser rainfall, that is in the rain shadow zone of Western Ghats, in the region of Telangana, Vidarbha region of Maharashtra. Then if you go into the area of the southern Punjab, then parts of Haryana, parts of western Uttar Pradesh, then areas of Gujarat, Rajasthan, where the annual rainfall is less than 50 centimeter. Wherever the annual rainfall is less than 50 centimeter, that is the region of the tropical thorn forest. So semi-arid areas of southwest Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, Gujarat. So babool, ber, wild date, palm, khair, neem, all of this is basically the example of tropical thorn. Now, the forest report is also important. Andhra Pradesh also, yes, dry deciduous. Andhra Pradesh, lesser rainfall, dry deciduous forest will be present. Telangana, dry deciduous, some parts even thorny forests will be present in Telangana. Correct. Now we talk about the case of the type of forest, the classification of forest. So forests are basically classified into four different types, or three different types rather. So you basically have very dense forest, very dense forest. Then you have moderately dense forest. Okay. Then after that, you basically have the case of open forests. Now, this classification is primarily done based on the canopy cover that the forest and the trees have. What do we mean by canopy cover? So, if you consider any particular area that is regarded as the tree, the green foliage, this is known as the canopy. So, in any particular region, what is the canopy cover occupied by the trees? Accordingly, the forests are classified. Now, if in any area canopy cover is greater than 70%, canopy cover, let's suppose, is greater than 70%, classified as very dense forest. If the canopy cover is between 40% to 70%, then it is moderately dense. Okay. And if it is between 10% to 40%, it is considered to be an open forest. In case you have the canopy cover which is less than 10%, then it is considered to be a kind of a scrub land. It is not considered to be forested land. So various different countries, by the way, have different classification and categorization of what do we consider as a forest. In India, we have taken UNEP's classification. So the generalistic classification of a forest will be, if a region exceeding 1 hectare has got a canopy cover of higher than 10%, it can be regarded as a forest. Okay, so that is what we consider as a generic criteria. Now, as per the forest, also as per the Kyoto Protocol, correct. So, when we consider the state of forest report, so what is important for you? States with maximum changes in the forest cover. So wherever the forest cover has increased, so Chhattisgarh, maximum increase, Uttar Pradesh, Odisha, and Rajasthan. These are the states with maximum increase in forest cover. Forest cover. Okay. Then, where there has been a decline in forest cover, Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, Ladakh, and Nagaland. These are the areas where there has been a decline in the forest cover. Now, this is the forest and the tree cover of the country as per the state of forest report. So, state of forest report is a biennial report released every 2 years. By whom? By the Forest Survey of India, right? By the FSI. Every 2 years, you have that report, the state of forest report, which is generated. And since when it is being released? India State of Forest Report is being released since 1987. That is the report which is generated. The last report was the 2023 State of Forest Report, which was generated. Okay. Now, here basically you have the forest cover and the green cover. That is what you have to keep in mind. So, overall, you have 25.17% of the gross area which is under forest and tree cover. Okay, so you have the forest cover which is around 27.7% and tree cover around 3.4%. Now, top three forested regions in terms of area: Madhya Pradesh, Arunachal Pradesh, and Chhattisgarh. In terms of the total area which is under forest cover, Madhya Pradesh, Arunachal Pradesh, and then you have Chhattisgarh. By percentage, what is the percentage of area under forest cover? Lakshadweep, 91%, Mizoram, 85%, Andaman Nicobar, again around 81%. So by percentage and by area. So by area, Madhya Pradesh earlier also was the most forested region, now also retains that. Maximum tree cover, here agroforestry is also considered. So Maharashtra is the one with maximum tree cover, followed by Rajasthan, and then followed by Uttar Pradesh. So these are the states with maximum tree cover. Now let's take a look at a couple of PYQs which have been asked from this area. In India, which one of the following types of forest is teak, a dominant tree species of? So teak is the dominant tree species of which kind of forest? So remember, I told you that we have teak, shisham, sal, all of these which are important for timber, right? Commercial purposes. So this is the case of tropical moist deciduous forest. A is the answer. Which one of the following regions of India has a combination of mangroves, evergreen forest, as well as the deciduous forest? Which of the following regions has a combination of all of these three? So here, easy it is. So mangrove to be found in the coastal area, evergreen in the regions of very high amount of rainfall, deciduous also moist deciduous. So that will be present in Andaman Nicobar Islands. Why it won't be north coastal Andhra Pradesh? You don't have evergreen in that area. Southwestern Bengal, southwestern Bengal, that is in the region of Jharkhand Odisha border. You don't have the presence of the evergreen forest again in that particular region. South coastal Saurashtra, no evergreen forest. So that is why the answer is Andaman Nicobar Islands. Okay. Now we come to the portion of soil. Now, what is important for your examination from the portion of soil is the type of soil, their respective features, and the region where they are to be found. So, that is the area that you have to restrict yourself to, or that is the area you have to concentrate in. Now, not all the soil types are important for your exam also. There are different soil types in our country: arid soil, saline soil, peaty soil. Then you have the forest and the montane soil. All of them are there. But what are the soil types which are important for you? So, here, basically, when you talk about the soil types, what are important are only a few of them: alluvial, alluvial soil. Then, after that, the black soil, black soil. Then after that, red and yellow soil, yellow soil. Then after that, you have laterite soil. These are the important ones, right? So please don't think that these are the only soil types, but sir, we know more of them. There are around 8 categories of soil in our country. You have the arid soil, saline soil, peaty soil, forest and mountain soils. All of them are also there. But these are the 4 ones which are important. That is where questions are asked, and this is what you should target. Out of this, the most dominant one is the alluvial soil. Most predominant or most widespread, present in 40% of the area. Okay. Montane forest. Okay, so we have a doubt in montane forest. Montane forest, basically, why we have not covered in this is because here, see, in mountainous areas, it is by Saurabh Raghuvanshi. So please understand, Saurabh, in the mountainous area, you have a variety of forest from the foothills as you go to the top. Okay, you have a variety of different forest types because the conditions, they keep on changing. So at the foothills, the rainfall is very high. So at the foothills, you will find the presence of moist deciduous and evergreen as well. So that is where at the foothills you will find moist deciduous and evergreen. Okay, deciduous. In northeastern states, you will find evergreen, otherwise moist deciduous. Then, as you move slightly higher up, that is when you will find the presence of wet temperate around the height of 1500 meters above sea level. That is where you'll find the presence of wet temperate. Okay. Then, as you move higher up, you'll find the presence of the conifers, the deodars, the cheer pines. Okay. The temperate vegetation truly sets in. So, here you have conifers, deodar, cheer pine. Deodar is also important for commercial purposes and for the case of furniture manufacturing. Cheer pine is important for biofuel manufacturing because from the nodes of the leaves, it tends to secrete certain resins which can catch fire easily. They are like volatile organic compounds as well. Above that, you will find the presence of grasslands. Okay. So here you have the presence of temperate grasslands. Grasslands. Above than that, higher than that, you basically have the case of the ice covered tundra. Okay, that is where you have tundra. Mosses and lichens in certain seasons, but otherwise it will be kind of ice covered. So that is the overall classification of forest in the Himalayan region from the base to the top. When you talk about the montane forest, let's suppose in southern part of the country, that is the Nilgiris, there you have the shola. The from the Tamil word sholai, you have the forest, that is the shola vegetation, which is famous there. That's it. That's all that you need to cover. So you don't have a separate uh, tree or the forest type that is a mountain. It is classified because you have a transition of all these forests. Okay. Saurabh, I hope that is understood. Now, after this, if we take a look at the major soil types, how do we retain all these soil types? There are different soil types in the country. How do we retain all of this? And what is the logic that we apply here? So, as I told you, this has to be covered, and this should be covered only after you have covered in detail India's physiography or the physiographic classification. So, first of all, in regions wherever you have deposition by the rivers, deposition carried out by rivers, that is where you will always have the presence of alluvial soil. Alluvial soil. So, in which areas do I have deposition carried by the rivers or created by the rivers? The Indo-Gangetic plains, from the trans Ganga plains to the upper Ganga, middle Ganga, Rad plains, even the Brahmaputra plains. There I have deposition by the rivers. Then remember, we discussed at the foothills of the Aravalis, I have a place which is known as the Rajasthan Bagad. There also deposition by the Aravali rivers, they do happen. Then other than that, you have Mahi, Luni, Sabarmati. They will also create some deposition in the region of Gujarat. So there also I have. Other than that, all the peninsular rivers, they will drain eastward, they will flow eastward, and as they flow eastward, they will form fertile deltas across the eastern coastal plain, the Utkal coast, the northern Sarkars, the Coromandel coast. So there also I will have it. Some area of the Malabar coast, very some small area, but other than that, this is the area. So all the depositional areas, I will have the presence of alluvial soil. That is why it occupies almost 40% of the land area. Then where do I find the presence of black soil? So, black soil is created due to the disintegration of the basaltic igneous rocks. Okay, black soil is created because of the breakdown and the weathering of the basaltic igneous rocks. Now, where has it happened? In the region of Malwa Plateau and Deccan Traps. Malwa Plateau and Deccan Traps, isn't it? So that is the area, and Deccan Traps to be present where? In the region of, so Malwa Plateau is present in the region of Madhya Pradesh. To the north of the Vindhyas, we have seen that. Deccan Traps, part of Gujarat, Maharashtra, parts of Karnataka, parts of Telangana, right? Telangana, parts of even Andhra Pradesh. That is where I will have black soil. So, based upon our information of physiography, then the other area, red and yellow soil. Now, red and yellow soil, here understand the logic behind. So, both of them have a similar kind of composition. Both of them, right? They are formed because of the disintegration or the weathering of the iron rich igneous and metamorphic rocks. Wherever you have the crystalline igneous and metamorphic rocks having presence of iron, red and yellow soil will be created. So where will you find them? In very also igneous these igneous and metamorphic rocks, where do we have it in India? In older, very old plateau regions, right? Which are the older plateau regions in our country? So you basically have the region of Chota Nagpur Plateau, Chota Nagpur Plateau. Then you have Bastar Plateau, the Dandakaranya region, right? Then I also have this older igneous rock structure in parts of Telangana Plateau. One of the older regions in our country is the Karnataka Highlands. So I will also have them in the region of Karnataka. Karnataka, after all, has got substantial amount of iron reserves, the Kudremukh iron reserves, the Tumkuru, Chikmagalur, or the Tumkuru Bellary belt that I have. So rich in iron. So I will have the reddish color from there. Now, why red and why yellow? So in those areas where the conditions are dry, less rainfall, less rains, I will have red soil. Those areas where I have greater amount of rainfall, then what happens? The iron which is present in this soil, that will react with the hydroxide molecules and form a yellowish color. So that is where more rains I will have yellow. So if I ask you, in the region, let's suppose in the rain shadow zone, in the rain shadow or the Piedmont zone of Western Ghats, will I have less rainfall or more rainfall? In the rain shadow zone of Western Ghats, I will have less rainfall, right? So wherever less rainfall, will I have red soil or yellow soil? Red soil. So rain shadow zones, red soil. Now, Chhattisgarh, parts of Jharkhand, parts of Odisha, amount of rainfall is high, wherever yellow soil. So like that, you basically classify it. Okay. So like this, you can, I hope you are able to take a look at the entire map of the portion of the soil. And with this logic, you can draw this map on your own as well. So wherever deposition by the major rivers, alluvial soil. The entire Peninsular Plateau, I would have done red and yellow soil, barring where you had the basaltic lava. So where is it the basaltic lava has emerged? So basaltic lava has emerged in the region of Deccan Traps and Malwa Plateau. So that is where I have the black soil. Otherwise, in the entire of the plateau structure, wherever I had igneous rocks and metamorphic rocks, they will disintegrate, they will create the presence of red soil if it is dry condition. Moist condition, they will create yellow soil. Okay. Now, thereby, where do you find this igneous rock systems in India? Will you find them in the region of Haridwar, Allahabad, and these areas? No. You'll find the igneous rock systems in the Peninsular Plateau, Chota Nagpur Plateau, Ramgarh Plateau, Hazaribagh Plateau, then Shillong Karbi Anglong Plateau, then Bastar Plateau, Bundelkhand area, Madhya Bharat Pathar that you have, then the region of Baghel Khand, Telangana Plateau, Karnataka Plateau. So these areas you will have red and yellow soil. Okay. So I hope this logic is clear to everyone. Now let us take a look at the some of the features very quickly. So alluvial soil deposition. So that is where it is very fertile because it carries the sediments from the various different sources, one of the fertile soil regions that you have. Now, based upon whether you have the newer alluvium or the older alluvium, you have the classification. So older alluvium, that is known as Bhangar. Newer alluvium is Khadar. Newer alluvium that you have fine grained. Fine grained. Older alluvium, this is coarse grained. Okay. Here you have calcareous, that is based out of calcium. Calcareous concretions, which are known as conchers. That is something which oftentimes impregnates this Bangar soil. Okay. Now, then they are rich in potash, phosphoric acid, and lime. You can choose to ignore this also, because let's be very real, you won't be able to retain this in the time of the examination. Chances are you might get confused. So I will show it to you with the help of one of the PYQ how we can decipher this also. Please understand one thing, almost all the soil types across the world, they will be poor in nitrogen content. Naturally, all the soils are poor in nitrogen content because the rocks, they don't have nitrates, because the nitrogen in the air N2 is in a very stable state. It doesn't form nitrates with the rocks, and that is why the soil also won't have the presence of nitrogenous compounds. So this is where it will be poor in nitrogen, it will be rich in potash, some amount of phosphoric acid, and lime. Okay, high fertility area and important for cultivational growth. So that is why population density is very high. Then black soil. Now, black soil is created from the presence of basaltic rocks, right? Basaltic rocks, why do they have the color of black? If igneous rocks are creating black soil also, igneous rocks are creating red soil. So why is it that this is black? Because in certain basaltic rocks, you have the titanoferrous, titanoferrous compounds of basaltic rocks present in basaltic rocks. Now, that titanoferrous compound in basaltic rocks, that provides the black coloration. Provides black coloration. Now, will the black soil be rich in organic compound or not? Will it be rich in organic compound or not? No. Why? It is, after all, made out of disintegration of igneous rocks. Igneous rocks, they don't have the presence of uh, organic matter. So that is why this will also not have the presence of organic matter. So it is typical of the Deccan Trap, right? And also the region of the Malwa Plateau. So Maharashtra, Saurashtra, the entire region of Malwa, some parts of Chhattisgarh, some parts of Karnataka, some parts of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh as well. This is also what is referred to as the rigor soil, okay, or also referred to as the black cotton soil. Black cotton soil. Okay. Now, this soil has the property to basically retain moisture. It is good at retaining moisture. That is why oftentimes cultivation can be carried out. Malwa is a kind of an extension, but it is divided by the Vindhyas and Satpura. That is why it is considered separately. Now, oftentimes you will observe basically that whenever we consider the black soil, because it has good capability to retain moisture, so dryland cultivation can also be carried out. Dryland cultivation and dryland farming can also be carried out in this area. Cotton is one of the chief crops because at the time of rainfall, it basically, at the time of the Kharif season or the rainy season, at the time of sowing, it gets moisture, moisture is retained, and it is maintained for a long period of time. Okay. So, rich in calcium carbonate, magnesium, potassium, and lime, poor in phosphoric contents, nitrogen, and even the case of organic matter. Now, during the summer season or the dry season, what happens? Large cracks open up on the surface of this soil, which allows for the air intake to a greater depth in the region of the black soil. And that is the property which is known as self aeration or self plowing. So during dry season, During dry season, cracks open up, large cracks open up. Okay, so this is where you basically have the case of self plowing. Good for aeration, okay, of the soil. Now, red and yellow soil. So, red and yellow soil, wherever you have the presence of crystalline, igneous, and metamorphic rocks, the disintegration creates red and yellow soil. Whenever it is in hydrated form, yellow, otherwise red. Okay, so fine grained, they are normally fertile, whereas the coarse grained soil, not that fertile. Poor in nitrogen, phosphorus, and even organic content, that is humus. Why? Again, you when you consider the igneous rocks, not substantial amount of organic remains. That is why. Okay, laterite soil. Now, laterite soil will be found. It also has got a reddish appearance, by the way. It also has got the presence of a reddish appearance. And why is that? Because of the presence of iron. Presence of iron. Okay. So here, when we consider laterite soil, good for brick manufacturing in certain areas like Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, etc. After adopting soil conservation measures, here tapioca, areca nut, and these kind of cultivation has also been carried out. Cashew nut, this kind of cultivation has been carried out in peninsular part of India. Now, where is it found? It is to be found in those areas where you have very heavy rainfall followed by a dry season. So whenever you have very heavy amount of rainfall, what happens immediately as a consequence due to heavy rainfall is that all the salts which are present, the salts, they dissolve in that water, and that is where these salts, they get drained down. Okay, so the calcium, the various sodium, all the different types of salts, they undergo leaching because of heavy rains. That is why the topsoil is then devoid of the presence of the salts. This makes the soil acidic. Okay, because all the salts are drained to the lower portion, right? Salts which are leached. Okay, leached. Okay, now here poor in nitrogen, as is the case, phosphate and calcium. After adopting soil conservation measures, it is useful for growing even tea, coffee, areca nut, cashew nut as well. Let's take a look at some of the questions, the PYQs. In India, the problem of soil erosion is associated with which of the following? Terrace cultivation, deforestation, and tropical climate. So, problem of soil erosion is associated with which one of them? So, here, basically, the correct answer is going to be B, that is 2 only. Because terrace cultivation is associated with soil conservation, not soil erosion. Tropical climate will not lead to soil erosion. It is only deforestation which can lead to soil erosion. Now, take a look at it. Why I was saying that you don't necessarily need to ratify the various different chemicals and the nutrients which are present in the soil. Take a look at this statement and the question. Which of the following statements regarding laterite soil of India are correct? They are generally red in color. They are rich in nitrogen and potash. They are well developed in Rajasthan and UP. Tapioca and cashew nuts grow well on these kind of soil. Let me know what is the correct answer. So, easy. We have discussed that almost all the soil types in the world, they are poor in nitrogen. It is saying it is rich in nitrogen. I don't know about potash. It might be rich in potash, it might be poor in potash. Like that, it might have mentioned lime or any of those compounds. So you never know. But nitrogen is the catchphrase here. Eliminate two. Okay? The moment you eliminate two, you come at the correct answer. They are generally red in color. Tapioca and cashew nuts grow well on the soil, even tea and coffee if you adopt soil conservation measures. Okay? This is the portion of soil types that is important for your exams. That's it. And now, very quickly, coming to the portion of it can be present in western part of Uttar Pradesh. Yes. Laterite soil can be present in some regions of the western Uttar Pradesh. It can be. Yes. Now, now coming to the portion of agriculture. Now, from the portion of agriculture, this year again it has been in news because India has been the largest producer of rice in the world, controlling around 28% of the global production of rice. Right? Having said that, why it was in news is because of the poor yield per hectare that India has. So, here, from the point of view of your examination, the major crops, that can be the area where you can expect the questions from. You can expect the questions from the acreage, the total production, the yield cycle, and also zero budget natural farming is again one of those areas from where questions can be asked. Irrigation, cropping intensity, from there, generally, the current affairs based questions will be asked, but not the static portion at all. So we will restrict ourselves to that. I will give you some of the latest data as well so that you can have a revision from this source. So when we say agriculture, more than almost 50% of the population is involved in agriculture, right? The gross value addition by in agriculture alone is almost $52 billion. Then basically exports from agricultural activities to the tune around 52 billion. Gross value addition is around $300 billion and more. Nitrogen use efficiency will be more important from your environmental perspective. Nitrogen use efficiency, the part of the nitrogen cycle in the biogeochemical cycles, it is a part of the current affairs in the portion of your environment ecology. So, in the environment and ecology current affairs, the UCAN sessions that we have covered nitrogen use efficiency in great detail. Okay, in the monthly current affairs videos also. So, India basically is expected to have produced close to around more than 350 million tons of food grains in 2024 and 2025. Red and yellow soil area. The regional classification of red and yellow soil. So, wherever, for example, in Karnataka, the eastern part of Western Ghats, you will have the red soil. In some portion of Odisha, Chhattisgarh, you will have yellow soil. In the rain shadow zone in Jharkhand, presence of red soil. So that is the basic classification. Okay. Now, here, food grain production 357 million tons, right? It has been an uptick. So even trend based questions are previously have been asked in agriculture. That for the past decade, the agricultural production has consistently been rising or has been declining. So those kind of questions you can also expect. Oilseed output roughly around 43 million tons. Okay. Horticultural area that has increased and the production rises to 370 million tons. So food grains also 360 million tons, horticulture also 370 million tons. This is the data for the overall production that we have of the various different crops. That is only for your reference, including the sugarcane, cotton, everything that is there for your reference. Now, basically, this is a chart indicated by in the government data, the PIB as well. This tells you about the growth of agriculture and the allied sector. What is important for this to be understood is that when we say the case of the agricultural growth and the allied sector, the highest growth rate that you have is in the region of fishing and aquaculture. Fishing and aquaculture. That is the one in the entire agricultural area which has got highest growth rate. Okay. Agricultural growth rate is around 4 to 6%. Now, basically, agriculture and allied activities contribute around 16% to the GDP, involving almost around 40 to 50% of the population. They contribute 16% to the GDP. Okay. Average annual growth in agriculture from FY17 to 23, the 5-year period, has been 5%. Agricultural income has grown by around 5%. Okay. Food grain production, if you look at the chart of the food grain production, this has increased, and it had been increasing it almost with a substantial rate. Now it has increased to 357 million metric tons. Now, the types of cultivation that you have. So, broadly, you have three types of cultivation: primitive subsistence farming, intensive subsistence farming, and commercial farming. When we say primitive subsistence farming, now in this particular case, you carry out shifting cultivation in many of the cases. Shifting cultivation, right? Cultivation, slash and burn agriculture, right? Like jhum farming, slash and burn cultivation, right? So here you will find that basically the technology used is minimal, absent. Okay, you are dependent on rain and the natural fertility of the soil, dependent on natural factors, natural factors, right? Rainfall and the fertility of the soil. So here, obviously, the output is not substantial enough to support your day-to-day livelihood. So that is why what you carry out in this is, along with that, beekeeping, bird rearing, all these activities are carried out. Fisheries, hunting, gathering, there are other allied activities which are carried out. Allied activities are also carried out. Okay. So example, jhum farming and so on. Intensive subsistence, areas of very high fertility. Areas of high fertility. Okay. So that is why the population density will be very high in these areas. Size of the land holdings will be small. Population density is very high because the farmland in itself is so fertile, is very high. Then after that, size of land holdings will be small. Land holdings is very small. Then after that, you will also observe here that basically the technology used is not very much. So it is labor intensive, very small surplus, mostly carried out across the river valleys of the various different areas, Ganga River Valley, and so on. Okay. Then you have here again, technology is limited. Is limited. Okay. The Nile River system, Ganga River system, everywhere, intensive subsistence farming is adopted. Commercial farming. Here you have the large area, estate farming, plantation cultivation, large area under cultivation, under farming. Okay. Very large area. And here basically you will find the case of it is capital intensive. substantial amount of investment, technology is used, cheap labor force is required, labor intensive, purely for profit purpose. Okay, cheap labor. Mostly, you will also find the presence of the post processing facilities in the region, the post harvest facilities in areas such as New Zealand, in areas such as Western Europe, North America. You also have ranching or animal husbandry, which is carried out along with that. So, that is the case of the types of agriculture. Now, in India, when we talk about the slash and burn cultivation, they are known by different names in different states. So it is Jhum in the northeastern part of the country in general, Pamlu in Manipur. It is known as Deepa in Bastar, Bewar or the Dahiya system that you have in Madhya Pradesh. Then in Odisha, Pamadabi. Then Kumar in the western Ghats, Valtre in southeastern Rajasthan, Khi in the Himalayan belt, and Kurva in the region of Jharkhand. So that is the case of the Jhum cultivation and shifting cultivation in other parts of the world as well. You can take a look into that. Then we come to the cropping pattern. So, what is a cropping pattern? So, when we say a cropping pattern, basically broadly divided into two types. One is where you grow only one kind of crop or one crop in one season. That is monocropping. One crop in one season. That is monocropping. And the other is where you grow multiple crops during one season. That is multi-cropping. You don't need to learn all of those shifting cultivation. Just get a broader idea about those in India itself. Multi-cropping. So, in multi-cropping, you are growing multiple crops in the farmland, in the same farmland within 1 year. Okay. Now, multi-cropping is also of different types. So, basically, you have multi-cropping of different types. First of all, you are growing in a region where you are growing multiple crops in fixed rows and arrangement, fixed row pattern arrangements. Okay, so that is what is referred to as intercropping. Intercropping, where you grow crops in fixed row arrangement, that is known as intercropping. Then after that, if you are growing multiple crops but not in a set pattern, you are growing them wherever you want. That is your mixed cropping. Okay. Mixed cropping is different from mixed farming. Mixed farming, where basically you carry out the cultivation along with animal husbandry. That is mixed farming. Cultivation of crops along with animal husbandry. That is mixed farming. Mixed cropping is growing multiple crops without any set arrangement. And then you have sequence cropping. So you have grown rice, you have harvested that, you have grown wheat, you have harvested that, again cultivated rice. This is known as sequence cropping. Okay. So these are the different cropping patterns that you have. Monocropping, and in multi-cropping, intercropping, mixed cropping, and sequence cropping. So you have different types of cropping patterns. This is the definition of all of them for your perusal, how you can take a look into that. Now, the cropping seasons that we have in our country. So you have three major cropping seasons. You have the Rabi season. Rabi season is also known as the winter crop. Okay, winter crop. So here, harvest is sown in the month of November, December. For example, wheat. Then, for example, you also have mustard. They are the case of Rabi crops harvested. Harvested in the month of, let's suppose, March, April. Okay, so that is the case of the Rabi crop. Then when we consider the Kharif crop, so Kharif basically, it is also known as the monsoon crop. Monsoon crops sown when? In the month of June, July, harvested in the month of September, October. And then Zaid crops, these are your summer crops. Summer crops. Sown in the month of April or May, short growing crops. Harvested in the month of June. 45 to 60 days is the time period. Muskmelon, watermelon, cucumber. So, for example, barley, wheat, peas, mustard, example of Rabi crops. Paddy, maize, right? Cotton, tur, groundnut, soybean, most of them, they are kharif. And then watermelon, muskmelon, cucumber, they are the type of zaid or the summer crops, short growing crops that you have. Let us take a look at few of these crops and the conditions required for the growth of these crops, starting with the case of rice. So rice is a tropical crop requiring higher amount of rainfall. So if you have an average rainfall higher than 110, 120 centimeter ideal, but the basic minimal ISO Hayat line should be 100 centimeter. ISO Hayat, the region having similar amount of rainfall. So high humidity with annual rainfall of above around 100 centimeter. Now, due to irrigation facilities, now you have the rice which is cultivated even in northwestern part of India, right? You can have basically rice which is cultivated even in northwestern part of India. But when we talk about, let's suppose, eastern India or southern India, rainfall is high. So you can have multiple different varieties of rice to be grown within the same year. For example, you can have the various different categories: Os, Aman, Boro, all of them can be grown in the same year. So these are the major and the minor areas for the rice cultivation that you have. Okay. Now, here, if you take a look at the overall rice production, so you see India has got the largest production across the globe. India is the largest producer ahead of China. Okay. But look at the yield per hectare. Yield per hectare of India is around 4.39, whereas that is yield per hectare is 4.39 million tons per hectare. That is the yield per hectare of India. China, on the other hand, has a yield per hectare of 7.1 million tons per hectare. So, in India, the yield per hectare is less than the global average that you have, much lesser than the global average. Here in our country, we have almost twice the amount of land as under rice cultivation as compared to China. The reason being, you have unsustainable cultivation, infertility of the soil, growth in areas where the rainfall is very less, and so on. Now, overall, this is the cultivation mostly grown in the Kharif season. Mostly. Okay. Overall production estimated is around 150 million hectares or million tons. Million tons or 152 million tons as we have seen. Okay. Wheat is a subtropical crop requiring cool growing condition. Now, at the time of sowing, it does need slight amount of moisture. That is what is brought about by the western disturbances. Okay. But at the time of harvesting and ripening, it requires a bright sunshine at the time of harvesting. 50 to 75 centimeter of annual rainfall is substantial in the case of wheat. We are the second largest producer of wheat in the world, where our production is roughly around 117 million tons. That is, we are the second largest producer of wheat in the world. Largest producer is China. Okay, China has got around 130 million tons of wheat production overall, obviously with a much higher yield per hectare. Now, the major wheat growing areas, northwestern region that you have, these are the major wheat growing areas. The northwestern area and the northwestern part of the country, Punjab, Haryana, western UP, these areas where the temperature is also less during the winter months. Then millets. Millets are also known as the farmer's friend because of the fact that you have these millets to be very nutritious, can be used as food and fodder, and also doesn't require much of a care. It can grow in poor soil conditions, it can grow without irrigation. So that is where it can grow in multiple different types. So millets in India, you have three different types of millets. These are the major millets. So that is jowar, bajra, and ragi. Let's take a look at each one of them. Jowar, temperature between 25 to 32 degrees Celsius. However, doesn't grow in temperature below 16 degrees Celsius. That is not advisable. Okay. So can't grow in temperature less than 16 degrees Celsius. Okay. Rainfall of about 40 centimeter annually. Then after that, basically growth in slope areas up till around 1200-meter height also. That is where it can be grown in plain areas also. Clay, deep, regular, and alluvial soil. That is where it can grow. But other than that, it even in sandy and loamy soil, jowar can be grown. So jowar overall grown both as kharif as well as rabi crop. Overall production around 4.8 million metric tons that you have. Okay, or 48.8 lakh tons. That is the overall production. Bajra is known as pearl millet. Okay, low annual rainfall 40 centimeter to 60 centimeter, temperature 20 to 30 degrees Celsius. That is the condition for bajra. It can be used for animal fodder as well. Rajasthan, Western UP, Haryana, MP, Gujarat, these are the areas where you can find good amount of bajra cultivation. Bajra again is majorly grown as a kharif crop. Okay, the overall production that you have is around 108 lakh tons for bajra. Ragi, ragi is what is also known as the finger millet. So ragi basically you will observe it can grow in hilly areas, shallow soil region, okay, where you have very less amount of rainfall as well. It is good and very rich in iron, calcium, fiber, important for our diets. So that is something which you will find in substantial amount in ragi. So that is where it can grow in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and so on. So here ragi is grown as a kharif crop completely. Okay, 18 lakh tons is the overall production. Maize. Maize is grown as kharif crop in most of the parts of the country. However, in certain areas, it is also grown as a rabi crop. For example, in regions like Bihar, it can also be grown as a rabi crop. Regions like Bihar also grown as rabi crop. Okay, that is the case of maize, right? Now, here basically you will find that the largest producer in the world is US. US is the largest producer, alone accounting for more than 25% of the production, 25% of global production. Okay. Now, when we say maize, maize is also a crop which can be used both as food and fodder. Usable both as food and fodder. Okay. That is the case of maize. So, for example, alcoholic beverages, sugar syrups, artificial sweeteners, packaging industry, everywhere maize can be actually used. Then pulses. India is the largest producer as well as the largest consumer of pulses across the globe. Pulses, they form a part of our natural dietary habit. Either you move from north to south, east to west, wherever you go, you will find the presence of pulses in the staple diet. That is because the pulses are the important source of protein in our dietary system. So in India, we have different types of pulses which are actually used, right? And are produced from black gram to green gram. You have tur, multiple different chickpeas, multiple different types of pulses are actually grown. Now, pulses, they are they don't require a lot of irrigation. So they can be grown as an outcome of the dryland kind of farming as well. Okay. So here, moong, for example, grown as kharif crop as well as in certain cases as a zayed summer crop. Okay. That is moong, urad, around 21 lakh tons, mostly as kharif. Okay. Then after that, if you consider gram, so gram is where the production is rabi. Gram is a rabi crop, around 113 lakh tons of annual production. Tur, widely used, 35 lakh tons. That is a kharif crop. Okay. Tur or arhar, that is a completely kharif crop. So overall pulse production in our country roughly around 252 lakh tons. That is the overall pulse production in our country. Kharif, mostly Rabi. Like gram, you have is complete Rabi. Tur is complete Kharif. Okay. Then sugarcane. Sugarcane, a very water intensive crop, utilizes a lot of water. Again, around 120 to 140 centimeter rainfall is where ideally sugarcane cultivation can happen. Fertile soil is required there. Now, typical temperature required 21 to 27 degrees Celsius, annual rainfall around 100 centimeter. Now, this is where the case of sugarcane, you will find the major growing areas Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra. Then after that, now it is shifting to southern part of India. So you basically have Karnataka, Tamil Nadu also, where you have substantial amount of sugarcane cultivation. So basically, India is one of the largest sugar producers across the world after Brazil. So that is why sugarcane is one which is of great use. Sugarcane is a complete kharif cultivation. Now, here you will observe why I have put the trend data is because that is important. You will observe that the growth of sugarcane has declined marginally for the past few years. And this is because of the oversupply of sugar in in this industry and the arrear dues that the sugar farmers have. So that is why many of them are not in a way incentivized to produce and cultivate sugarcane anymore. Okay. Then you have plantation crops. Plantation crops, the crops grown in very large area. For example, tea, coffee, jute. These are the case of the plantation crops. Now, if we consider tea, for example, tea. Now, if you consider tea, now tea will require around 150 centimeter to 200 centimeter of rainfall. Right. So high amount of rainfall, roughly around 150 to 250 centimeter of rainfall is required. Temperature of 18 to 30 degrees Celsius is ideal. Grown in which area? Assam, West Bengal, Darjeeling, right? Then Kerala, Tamil Nadu, that is in the region of the Nilgiris. You have the famous Nilgiri tea as well. Tripura, again, one of those areas. Some parts of Himachal also, where tea can be cultivated, right? So, major producers across the world: China, Kenya, Sri Lanka, and Vietnam. These are some of the major producers. Coffee, similar kind of growing conditions as you compare it with tea. In India, you have both Arabica and Robusta, both the coffee types which are cultivated. The difference between tea and coffee cultivation is that coffee always will grow under shade. Okay, always. Whereas tree plantation, it can happen in the open condition, right? You don't have the shade. But when you see coffee cultivation, coffee is always grown under shade on well drained laterite soil. Okay, the two major types of coffee: Arabica, grown at slightly higher altitude, and Robusta. Annual rainfall, very similar, 120 centimeter to 200 centimeter every year. Grown under shade does not mean cloud cover. Grown under shade means under a kind of a vegetation. Okay. So optimal temperature around 15 to 24 degrees Celsius for Arabica and 24 to 30 degrees Celsius for Robusta. Karnataka, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu, that is in the region around Chikmagalur, for example, that is the entire region of Nilgiris. That is where you will find the presence of coffee cultivation. Major producers: Brazil, Vietnam, Indonesia, Colombia, Ethiopia, some of the major producers. Then fiber crop, from which fiber can be extracted. So you have cotton, jute. These are some of the major fiber crops. Cotton to be grown in black soil, right? This is where, again, the rainfall requirement is not very high, around 50 to 75 centimeter to, let's suppose, 100 centimeter at max, not more than that. Frost is not good for cotton. So, cotton, because of the rainfall requirement, is planted and is sown after the rainy season. Okay. It requires almost around 7 months of growing time where frost should not happen. So 210 frost free days. Black soil region, even in alluvial soil. Okay. Temperature of around 20 to 30 degrees Celsius. Even if the temperature exceeds by 2 to 3 degrees Celsius or 4 to 5 degrees Celsius, cotton can still grow. Abundant sunshine is required. Abundant sunshine, especially at the time of the ripening. That is where sunshine is required. Okay, so here, where do they grow? So, black soil regions of Gujarat, Maharashtra, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, some parts of alluvial soil region of Punjab also, cotton cultivation is carried out. Now, here it is important to note that while cotton is a kharif crop, for the past few years, the cotton output in our country has been consistently declining to such an extent that the government has actually waived off the import duty of cotton in our country, just so that the apparel sector, the textile sector is not impacted. Our domestic production is declining consistently. This trend is important because at one point of time, we were amongst the largest producers of cotton in the world. So, what happened? So basically, we had introduced a genetically modified crop, but while the rest of the world simply updated their genetically modified crops long time back, we are now contemplating whether to go back to non genetically modified. So that is where you have the pests, the insects, which have impacted cotton substantially. We have not upgraded the kind of modification that has happened. So that is why the cotton production is very, very less. Okay. Jute. Jute is the one which grows in very moist condition, khadar soil, fertile soil. So every year, if there is flooding, it is good for jute every year, because every year you will have fresh amount of alluvial soil which will come into place. So it is good for jute. Okay. So 24 to 37 degrees Celsius is the temperature range. It requires again around 150 to 200 centimeter of rainfall. Pre-monsoon showers are also important. Monsoon, good heavy amount of monsoonal rainfall is also required, with a high humidity, 70 to 80% of humidity. Okay. Now here, water logging is detrimental to the crop and can impair the fiber quality. Okay. Now, here, in which region do you find the presence of jute? In the region of West Bengal, in the region of Eastern Bihar, parts of Jharkhand, Odisha, even some parts of Andhra Pradesh. So, across the eastern part, that is where jute is cultivated. Obviously, it is a kharif crop. Jute also has had a substantial amount of decline in the overall production trend. Why? Because of the decline in the demand. The jute textile mills of our country, they are in a very poor condition. Technology upgradation has not happened. Bangladesh has significantly improved its mills, upgraded its mills, but we have not managed to do so. That is where the jute overall production has been declining. So jute production has been declining, cotton production has been declining, sugarcane production has also been declining. So these three you should keep in mind. Then silk cultivation, sericulture. So when we consider sericulture, that is silk rearing. So in our country, the four major types of silk that we have is mulberry, muga, tassar, and eri. So here, the most predominant method or the most predominant silk variety that we have is the mulberry silk. It feeds here, the silkworm feeds on the mulberry leaves. So that is the most predominant silk variety that we have. Then you have muga. Muga is produced in the region around Assam. This is what is also referred to as the royal silk. Muga is also known as royal silk. Okay. So that is basically the it is difficult to maintain, okay, in the region of Assam, used by the royal Ormese household that you had. So that is where you have the name of the Muga silk. Tassar is considered to be wild silk, because here the silkworms, they feed on any kind of leaf which is available. This is known as wild silk. Typically to be grown, so can grow with any leaves. Okay. Grow with any leaves, kind of leaves. That is Tassar. So basically, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, West Bengal, in those areas, Telangana, in those areas, you'll find the presence of Tassar. Then Eri or Inadi, this is also known as the peace silk. Again in Assam and Odisha, peace silk. This is the only known variety of silk production where the silkworm is not killed during the production process. Right? Silkworm is not killed during the production process. That is why it is known as the peace silk. Then the portion which is also important is the ZBNF, zero budget natural farming. Zero budget natural farming is a kind of organic farming, natural farming that you have. The purpose is, and the basic principle is, that soil fertility, etc., can be maintained with the natural methods of cultivation, crop intercropping, and crop rotation. And when we talk about the growth of the plants or the seeds, so rather than using fertilizers, germination rate can be increased by treating the seeds with a mixture of, let's suppose, edible lime, then you have cow dung, cow urine. So like that, you can increase the germination rate, you can make the soil more fertile, increase the soil biological activity by treating the soil with a mixture of, again, cow dung, cow urine. So that entire aspect is known as zero budget natural farming. Zero budget natural farming has got the four different stages. Okay. Now, the government is also promoting this kind of natural farming or traditional farming across the country by a kind of the government scheme, that is the Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana. Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana is also about promotion of traditional form of cultivation without much use of fertilizers or the chemicals. So here, ZBNF has got four different stages. First, reinvigorate the soil microbial activities, that is Jivamrut. So here you treat the soil with cow dung, cow urine, you prepare a kind of a solution with the soil, the farm soil, then the desi variety of the cow, the local indigenous variety of cow. From there you have the cow dung and the cow urine. Then you take the flour, you grind it, you put that in the mixture, edible lime. So all of them you put and then you spray on the field to increase the soil biological activity, to increase soil microbial and biological activity. Okay. Then after that, you have Bijamrut. Bijamrut. There, you treat the seeds to rid them of any fungal or bacterial infections and to increase the germination rate. So that is where you do it. That is Bijamrut. Then after that, you cover the topsoil to preserve the moisture, prevent drying out. That is something you do with mulching. Okay, you cover the top layer of the soil. That is mulching. And then after that, you have the ideal microclimatic, microecological, and biological process whereby the roots they get more oxygen, more water, and also the biological activity is higher. That is the state of Vafasa. So these are the four different stages of zero budget natural farming. So if you take a look at ZBNF, so first of all, spray Jivamrut, so where you have water, urine, and dung of the desi variety of the cow, jaggery, pulses, flour, and soil, all of them are mixed together and sprayed. Then Bijamrut, the seed treatment, whereby cow urine, dung, and edible lime to rid the seeds of any kind of disease. Along with that, increase the rate of germination. Mulching, preserving the soil moisture, prevent the compaction and the cracking of the soil. That is mulching. So here, to maintain the fertility of the soil. And then you have Vafasa, the ideal microclimate in the soil that ensure the roots get oxygen and water. Along with that, the organic processes are also carried out. Along with that, you have intercropping also. So this is the entire paraphernalia of ZPNF. Okay. So now, after this, we come to the last chapter. So rather than taking the break, we will finish with the portion of minerals, their regions, industrial corridors also, and that will be the end of it. Okay, so when we talk about the case of minerals, we will also take a look at the location of the ports, the major ports across the country. So with the help of the map, we will take a look into that as well. So we will end the session after this. So it is better if we don't take a break now, and we will end the session in the next 20 minutes. Okay. So in next 20 minutes, we will finish this. Okay. So now, when we talk about minerals, what is important for your examination in the case of the minerals is the region where the minerals are present. Okay. And some of the features if required. Now, the portion of industrial corridor, that is something which is associated with current affairs. Industrial corridors, from there, you get the question from current affairs. So, distribution of minerals in India. Where do you find the presence of minerals in India? You will find them, first of all, which kind of minerals. So, when we say metallic minerals, where do you find the metallic minerals like iron, right? Where do you find them? In the older plateau areas, older plateau regions. Chota Nagpur Plateau, Bastar Plateau, Karnataka Plateau. So that is the case of the minerals, metallic minerals that you have. Okay. Then after that, when we talk about the non-metallic minerals, silmonite, kaonite, all of these, clay-like substance, non-metallic. This will be found in the plain areas, okay, in the region around Uttar Pradesh, etc. So in the alluvial plains, UP, Uttarakhand, those areas, silmonite, kyanite, etc. Then when we talk about coal, energy minerals. Energy minerals are of two types, which are found majorly in India. So when we say coal, so coal has got different grades depending upon the type or the amount of carbon. So coal has got, it has the classification as anthracite, bituminous, bituminous, lignite, and peat. Okay. Now anthracite in India only to be found in Jammu and Kashmir. Bituminous in the regions across Damodar Valley, right? Mahanadi river systems, Godavari river system. In those areas, you find bituminous. Lignite, poorer variety of coal in areas of Tamil Nadu. That is where you will find lignite. Some areas of Assam, that is where you'll find lignite and peat. These are the tertiary grade coal also. Then we talk about oil and natural gas. Natural gas. So oil and natural gas, when we take a look into it, where do you find them? So wherever historically the region has been under the marine influence, those are the areas where you do find presence of oil as well as natural gas. You need to have the sedimentary basin with a very hard cap rock so that oil formation can happen. So you have both onshore and offshore. Onshore and offshore. Okay. So onshore in areas of Assam, Gujarat, Ankleshwar oil fields in Gujarat, Ankleshwar, then also Rajasthan, Rajasthan. There you will find the presence of crude. Shekhawati belt, in particular the Barmer region. So there you will find Bikaner region. That is where you will find the onshore. Some parts of coastal Andhra Pradesh also, but it comes into offshore as well. So offshore, the coastline, right? So Mumbai High or the Bombay High off the coast of Mumbai, then Krishna Godavari Basin, Godavari Basin, okay. And recently, the government has said that there is exploration of oil and the potential reserves of oil in the northern region of Andaman Nicobar. So that is the case of the various different minerals, how they are distributed overall. Okay. This is to give you the pattern so that you can actually identify this. Okay, the broader pattern with which you can study. So let's take a look at them. So for example, if you consider, this is the kind of the mineral presence, mineral distribution. If you consider each one of them, for example, iron ore. Now, iron ore, you have four different types of iron ore depending upon the presence of iron content. So you basically have magnetite as the purest, magnetite. Around 70% of iron is present. Then you have hematite, which is used for industrial purposes. Then you have the poorer grades, limonite and siderite. Okay, these are the poorer grades. Magnetite is to be found in the region of Karnataka, then in Rajasthan, in the Aravalis, parts of even Tamil Nadu. That is where magnetite will be found. Hematite, broadly, you will find hematite in Odisha, Jharkhand belt, that is in the area around the Mayurbhanj, Singhbhum region of Jharkhand and Mayurbhanj in Odisha, Durg, Bastar, Chandrapur belt, southern part of Chhattisgarh, Ballari, Chitradurg, Chikmagalur, Tumkuru belt in Karnataka. This is where you also have the very vast Kudremukh reserves. Kudremukh reserves. Okay, and then the Ratnagiri Goa belt, that is the hematite ore and the iron which is to be found. Okay, bauxite used for production of aluminium. In India, bauxite reserves to be found in the region around Renukut, parts of Uttar Pradesh, that is in the Kaimur Hills, as we discussed in the first part of the session. Then parts of Western Ghats, Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh. That is where bauxite reserves are to be found. Copper, India is deficient in terms of copper production. In India, major amount of copper to be found in the region of Hazaribagh Plateau as well as the Khetri fields of Rajasthan. So you have Hazaribagh Plateau, Hazaribagh Plateau, and you have the Khetri mines and Rajasthan. Other than that, the Balaghat region in Madhya Pradesh, Balaghat Betul area in Madhya Pradesh, that is also where copper is to be found. Okay, these are the major ones. Okay, however, the smelting capability is very, very less in our country. Majority of the refining capability of copper is to be found in the area of China. Okay, across the world, some of the largest copper producers, because this year copper is important, guys. You can always expect questions from copper. Okay, so I will put that list about copper, I think in Telegram group. I have already put it up. I will put that again for your revision in the Telegram group, so that you can revise, you can download from my Telegram group. So basically, when we talk about copper, so you have the case of regions like Chile. They are amongst the larger producers in South America. In the region of Katanga Plateau in Africa, that is also one of the region, and the larger amount of copper production does happen from there. But regardless of whosoever produces how much, almost all the copper is channelized through China. So China has acquired the largest refining capacity of copper, regardless of the amount of raw materials. That is why it holds the supply chain. Copper is known as the transition metal. Transition because, as compared to the fossil fuels, as you transition to electric vehicles, that is where you have the requirement of materials like copper, cobalt, etc. They are of great demand and great requirement. That is why copper is a transitional material that you have. Okay, coal, we have discussed the types of coal that you have. You have four different types of coal: anthracite, purest; bituminous, used for industrial purpose; lignite, poor quality; peat, still having wooden variety or wooden characteristic. So coal in our country, if you consider this area, That is the region of when we consider Jharkhand, then the Raniganj coal fields in West Bengal, Odisha, Chhattisgarh. This is where you'll find bituminous. Okay, this is where you'll find lignite will be found here as well. This is where you'll find anthracite. Okay, that is the case of coal. Now there is another classification in our country of coal that is based on time period. Classification on time period, on the basis of time period, into two types. So you basically have Gondwana grade, which is bituminous, and you have tertiary. Okay, so here carbonification happened around 200 million years ago. Carbonification did happen. Tertiary happened around 50 to 55 million years ago. Okay, so that is the basic difference here to be found in the Damodar, Mahanadi, Damodar Rift Valley system, right? Mahanadi and the Godavari systems. There you will find this. Bokaro, Jharia, Dhanbad. These are some of the important ones. Okay. Then tertiary here, Assam, Tamil Nadu, right? All these, the carbonification has happened recently. Hence, you don't have very good grade coal. Okay. Now, oil is in news. So here we will take a look at two things. First of all, important for your exam, we also need to take a look at the strategic petroleum reserves. First of all, the oil fields that you have, the production areas. So in Assam, the Naharkatia, Digboy, these are the onshore oil fields that you have. These are onshore, right? Onshore. Ankleshwar, Kalol, and Kambat fields in Gujarat, they are also onshore. Onshore. Here also you have the presence of shale, oil, and gas in Rajasthan. Then Bassein and Mumbai High, these are basically offshore. And here also in the Krishna Godavari basin, this is also offshore. This is your KG basin. This is also an offshore oil field. So that is the presence of oil and the distribution of oil across the country. Okay. Assam, Gujarat, Rajasthan, parts of Andhra Pradesh, the coastal area of Andhra Pradesh, that is the KG basin. Other than that, it is offshore. And where the new reserves are to be found? To the north of Andaman Nicobar Islands, to the size as much as the size of a country like Guinea. That much area of oil is potentially present. Now, these are the oil refineries which are present in the country. The major oil refineries which are present in the country. So, Bhatinda, one of them, Panipat, which has led to the industrialization of the entire Panipat, Sonipat region, Mathura, right? Then after that, Barauni in Bihar, then Bongaigaon, Guwahati, Numaligarh, Digboy. So Assam has got one of the largest number of oil refineries that you have. Haldia, it is where you have the oil port as well. Then you have Paradeep, again having an oil port. Vishakhapatnam, then you have Tatipaka. Then after that, you have the Karaikal in Nagapatnam, Kochi. Mangaluru, again an oil port. Then Jamnagar, right? You also have the presence of refineries being constructed in other areas as well. Okay, Jamnagar is the one which is also capable of refining the heavy crude. Venezuela is one of the largest producers and the largest reserves of heavy crude, right? So Jamnagar has got that particular ability. Strategic petroleum reserves that India has. So India has also developed the potential to store excessive amount of fuel, that is petroleum, natural gas, etc., to be required in the time of need. And now is the time of need. Now, if you compare it, we have roughly around the storage of almost around 42 to 45 days of fuel storage that we have, right? China, on the other hand, has got a strategic petroleum reserve capability of close to around 250 days, almost half a year, right? Or more than a half a year. So basically, 250 days coverage is that of China. US alone has the capability which is almost twice that of China. US is energy independent, anyways. US is the largest producer of natural gas, one of the larger producers of petroleum in the world. Now, strategic petroleum reserves, they have been developed in two stages, two phases. First has been developed at the region of Mangaluru, Vishakhapatnam, and Padur. Okay, so that was SPR phase 1. Vishakhapatnam, Mangaluru, and Padur, right? Under phase 2, it has been expanded to Chandikol in Odisha, and in Padur, again, a further expansion is being done. Now, there are basically ideations for the next phase expansion as well. So, first phase, Mangaluru, Padur in Karnataka, Vishakhapatnam. Second phase, Chandikol in Odisha and expansion of the Padur storage system. Where are they stored? Where is this kind of oil and petroleum stored? It is stored under hillocks or under the salt caps, the salt hills that you have. So, Rajasthan is also being deemed as one of those areas where we can hold the petroleum reserve. Okay. Then, renewable power, centers of renewable power in India. Remember, we talked about the geothermal energy. So, substantial geothermal energy is present in Puga. Puga is one of those substantial amount of solar energy potential that we have in our country. Other than that, solar and wind power that tends to generate, right? Bio CNG is present in certain areas, but for your exam, important to retain the Puga. Now, nuclear power plants that you have in our country. So, where are the nuclear power plants? First of all, in Uttar Pradesh, you have the Narora Atomic Power Plant that is present in Narora, Uttar Pradesh. Then in Kota, Rajasthan, you have the Rajasthan Atomic Power Plant that is in Kota. Then Tapi in Gujarat, you have the Kakrapar Atomic Power Plant that is in Gujarat. Then in Boisar, Maharashtra, you have the Tarapur. Okay, so Tarapur Atomic Power Plant is present in Maharashtra. Then Kaiga in Karnataka, Kudankulam, which is present, and Kalpakkam in Tamil Nadu. So Kudankulam and Kalpakkam in Tamil Nadu. Okay. So broadly, these are the major nuclear power plants that we have in our country. Tamil Nadu is the only one where you have in two places, Kalpakkam as well as Kudankulam. Other than that, Kaiga in Karnataka, Tarapur in the region of Boisar in Maharashtra. Then you have the Kakrapar in Tapi in Gujarat. Then you have the Rawat Bhata or Kota in Rajasthan, Narora in Uttar Pradesh. Okay. Now, industrial corridors, I would advise you to cover those ones which are in news. Okay. And why they are in news? Either funding has been granted, that is why they would be in news. So, only those areas you should cover. So, first of all, when we talk about the various different industrial corridor, so you have the Amritsar Kolkata industrial corridor, one of them, right? Now, then you have the Delhi Mumbai industrial corridor. This is almost close to implementation, almost close to execution, and is going to be open to larger freight traffic. Then you have the East Coast Economic Corridor extending from Vishakhapatnam to Chennai. Then you have the Chennai Bangalore Industrial Corridor, right, with an extension to Kochi. Okay. And then the Bangalore Mumbai Industrial Corridor. These are the major industrial corridors. Now, which are the industrial zones in our country? So broadly, you will find that there are 7 to 8 major industrial zones in our country. So first of all, the Gujarat region. This is something which is on the back. Now you have the gift city and the development of the financial hub as well. But other than that, this is known for the diamond polishing and even textile industry. Mumbai Pune Industrial Corridor. It started with the textile mills in Mumbai, cotton textile mills in Mumbai, then transitioned into heavy engineering, chemicals, and now you have a wide variety of sectoral presence. Bangalore, Tamil Nadu started with the silk industry. Hydropower was provided by the Mysore kingdom long time back, and that is where you had a substantial production. Chota Nagpur, based on the mineral presence. Hooghly region started with the jute mill at Rishra and in 1855. Then iron ore presence in the nearby region. Haldia port provided for easy kind of exit and transportation abilities and cheap labor supply. So that is why Hooghly region is also industrialized. Then Gurgaon, Delhi, Meerut region. This is basically where you have the presence of uh, textiles, right? Sugar industry, that is where it started, now transitioning to software. Now, this is the list of metallic and non-metallic minerals where they are present in the country in major amounts. I would say don't go after non-metallic minerals. Metallic minerals still you can take a look into, in which are the older plateau regions of the country. A couple of other pointers that I would want you to refer to, for example, the major ports. Okay, so major ports in our country. So here you have the Deen Dayal Port Trust or the Kandla Port, which is the northernmost port that India has. Northernmost major port is the Kandla Port. Okay, Haldia is slightly to the south of it. Okay, then after that you have the Nava Sheva and the JNPT in Mumbai. JNPT has got the largest container capability. The capacity that JNPT has is the largest. So Mumbai, Nava Sheva, and JNPT. Then Panji and Marmagao. Okay. Then oil port at Mangaluru. Then naval port at Kochi. Naval port can be used by Navy as well. Then here now you also have Virinium. This is where you also have Virinium. Okay, that is the southernmost deep water port that India has in the region of Tiruvananthapuram. That is where you have the Virinium port. Then Tuticorin or the VO Chidambarar port that you have, that is again the deep water port, Tuticorin. Chennai, used for automobile export. Ennore, registered under the Companies Act, operated by L&T for the longest period of time. This is where there is a lot of issue with regards to siltation. Large amount of siltation happens in the Kamarajar or the Ennore port. Then you have Kakinada, again a kind of an oil port. Vishakhapatnam, deep water port. Paradeep, an oil port, and Haldia also is a kind of an oil port. Let's take a look at some of the questions associated. Consider the following pairs. Kamrajar Port, first major port in India registered as a company. Mundra Port, largest privately owned port in India. Vishakhapatnam Port, largest container port in India. How many of the above pairs are correctly matched in this? So Kamrajar Port, registered under the Companies Act. Otherwise, all the major ports, they are registered under the Port Trust. So this is correct. Mundra Port is the largest privately owned port in India, and Vishakhapatnam Port is not the largest container port. It is JNPT. So here, correct answer is B, only two pairs. Okay. This is the map regarding, I have given you the list for the water storage structure as well. This is the map associated with the water storage structures. You can refer to it, but don't overindulge, don't ratify the basics of rivers and tributaries that is going to function. Okay. So that basically brings us to the end of the session. In the entire session, which we have been having since 5 p.m. in the evening, first things first, uh, thumbs up to all of you who has been patient enough. And also, what I would like to tell you here is that even if you are able to repeat this and revise this multiple number of times, what has been taught here, that is more than sufficient for your examination, guys. Please repeat the same thing. First part, that is physiography, revise that again and again, and that is more than sufficient. Okay. I hope that all the portions that we have covered has been helpful, and you know which areas to target, and you know which of the methods to follow, okay, in order to study. This is as comprehensive as you need to be and as precise as you need to be. You don't need to learn where rare earth minerals are present. You don't need to learn where critical minerals are present in India. Only those which are in news, only those which are present or mentioned somewhere else, only that portion you refer to. Even the minor minerals, don't need to learn them. Okay. So that is why what we have provided here, I have not provided anything which is so excess that it is not required for the exam, or I have not ignored a topic from where questions have been asked earlier. So this is why I do hope it has been helpful. To revise it, the PDF will also be provided in the Telegram section. It can be downloaded from the link also, which will be provided. And overall, if you have liked the session, put that in the comment section below. And don't forget to click on the like, share, and the subscribe button. We'll meet again soon. Till then, do take care of yourself. Goodbye. Thank you, and have a good night.